Members, you are welcome to the proceedings of today, the 4th of August, 2024, the fourth day of these proceedings. To our listeners and viewers, we are starting at 8:15 because we have been in a review meeting from 7:30 this morning to reflect on what we have done so far and what is left ahead of us. I will invite the clerk to lead us in prayer. Thereafter, we have the following nominees lined up: Ali Hassan Joho, Alfred Nganga Mutua, Wycliffe Ambetsa Obaranya, Justin Beta Njoga Mturi, and Sheila Soy Langat. All those are nominees in various cabinet positions. Clerk.
Right Honorable Speaker, our Deputy Speaker, the leadership of Majority Minority Party, honorable members of the Committee on Appointments, distinguished colleagues, may I request that we bow for a word of prayer. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of the important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Members, take your seats. Sergeant, you may bring in the first nominee. Take your seats. Good morning. What is that? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
You are, for the record, Hassan Ali Joho, EGH.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You will appear before this committee and you are going to answer to the questions that we put to you on oath. So you opt to take the oath either on the Holy Quran, the Holy Bible, or the Holy Gita, the Hindu Holy Book.
The Holy Quran.
You may be upstanding. Take the Holy Quran in your right hand and recite the oath.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I, Hassan Ali Joho, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I'm told it's not caught on record. Get the... Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I, Hassan Ali Joho, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
You may take your seat and sign to the oath. Next to that, nominee, hand your original documents to the sergeant to pass on to the clerk for verification against what we have on you. We'll start with introductions. This is a committee on appointments of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. Committee mandated to interview, in some jurisdictions called approval hearings, in others called vetting, to assess your suitability or otherwise to occupy office to which His Excellency the President has nominated you as Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. We'll start with introductions. Yours truly here is the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairman of the committee. On my right is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Gladys Boss. On my left is the Clerk of the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. I'll invite members to introduce themselves, starting with Honorable Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
David Kosing, MP Poko South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Masemeri, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, North Imenti Meru County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mui Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala.
Mishimboko, MP Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri County.
Caleb Amisi, Saboti.
For purposes of these proceedings, you will be referred to as nominee. So every member asking questions will address you as nominee, and that's what you are before us. So we'll start in earnest by asking you to tell us your name, your educational background, your work experience, and your key competences that make you suitable for appointment as Cabinet Secretary. You have under 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, it is indeed a great honor to be in this House. Mr. Speaker, even though I must confess that I was used so much being on the other side when I was a member of Parliament with you in the 10th Parliament. But Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the favor upon me. And also thank His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, for nominating me for the position of Cabinet Secretary, Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my name is Hassan Ali Joho. I was born and raised in Mombasa. I went to Tomboya Primary School in Mombasa, and later Serani Secondary School in Mombasa. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a bit of a different approach on how I want to present my introduction, because I started work and then further education came later. So after I finished secondary school, I ventured into business, entrepreneurship. I set up a clearing and forwarding company in Mombasa, then later diversified to opportunities in fintech, a bit of real estate, and largely logistics. Mr. Speaker, that takes about up to 2004, where I started my grassroots engagement I ran in a by-election that was not very successful, but taught me many lessons. I became the chairman of LDP in Kisauni constituency. Then in 2006, I embarked on a journey to acquire my first degree. So in 2006, I did a bridging course to enable me to join university teachings. I did a diploma in 2007 and eventually graduated from Kampala University in 2013. Thereafter, Mr. Speaker, I did another degree from Gretsa University. And then I enrolled myself. Gretsa University is in Thika, in Kiambu County. Thereafter, I enrolled in Harvard Kennedy School of Government for a program known as Public Leadership Credentials, which is basically a pathway to attain mid-career master's degree on public administration. Mr. Speaker, I am the pioneer governor of Mombasa. I got elected in 2013. But before that, I was a member of parliament for Kisauni, the 10th parliament, where I served in different committees. I served in the Committee of Foreign Relations, Defense and Foreign Relations, which I was the vice chairman, and several others. I served as an assistant minister for transport during the Kibaki administration. I was governor for one term and another. So I served my 2 terms as governor of Mombasa, where I must say I drew a lot of experience in matters governance and transformational ways of doing business in government, Mr. Speaker. And the record speaks for itself of what I was able to achieve in Mombasa. In matters health, in matters basic infrastructure, in matters early childhood, and obviously lots of social programs that would cushion vulnerable families from the day-to-day challenges of our lives. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question. And like I said, answers must be concise, precise, and to the point.
Honorable Joho, the nominee before us, you're nominated to be the Minister or the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. And what Kenyans would like to know is that what do you see as the most pressing issues facing the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs that ought to be addressed immediately? And so if Parliament approves you, how do you plan to tackle the issues, considering the fact that the blue economy, if properly used, has the potential to, it's been said, has the potential to inject up to $4.8 billion into Kenya's economy and create over 50,000 jobs. So let's get your vision of what you do if approved by this House. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say that after I was nominated by the President, I took a little bit more time to do some research. And I want to state before this honorable committee how I see mining and blue economy and even maritime affairs. Probably that should be our focus. It actually should be our new economic frontier. Mr. Speaker, I saw, for example, that the mining industry contributes slightly under 1% of our GDP. So that led me to do some quick research that leads me to tell you what I think we should do. Mr. Speaker, we have to find, first of all, ways to generate confidence to investors and the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, I want, if you nominate me, if you approve me, I want to be a CS that listens. I want to listen. And I have learned that if you take time and listen to stakeholders, there's a lot of information and data that will enable you to make the right policy decisions, create legal frameworks that are responsive to the demands of the moment and attractive to investment. So what will I do first? Listen. 2, involve stakeholders. 3, do an audit of our HR capacity. We do our technological capacity audit and relook at our legal frameworks and our policies. Are they attractive to investment? And if they are not, I must embark quickly on coming up with the proposals and policies that do respond. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no way that our neighboring countries have surpassed by far the 10% mark on GDP contribution. Yet there is a lot of, I want to call it speculation for now, because I don't have the data, neither do I have the real information of the kind of geological minerals that this country have. And I'm looking forward, if I get approved, to get the real data. So there are certain quick things that we must do to ensure that Kenya becomes an attractive point of investment, particularly in the area of mining, blue economy, and maritime affairs, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, let me begin by asking from your academic credentials that clearly looking at them bottom up. And having said how you began your journey for getting your degrees all the way to Harvard, Kennedy School of Government.
School of Government.
What would you tell young Kenyans who may have started off life like you in terms of being able to pursue academic credentials later in life? That would be 1. 2, you come from a region where the blue economy, as you say, holds very huge potential to create employment. And I'm sure probably from your research you may have known that there have been efforts by the government since 2015, 2016 to try and get Kenyans to work in the Caribbean, but have had problems accessing visas to travel through the US. What will you do as Cabinet Secretary to ensure, 1, that we are able to train as many young people to work in the maritime industry, because there is a very huge potential, as you say, to create jobs in that industry? What will you do to help Kenyans, 1, train, 2, access jobs even outside the country? The other question would relate to the mining docket. There is a lot of unregulated and unlicensed and what would be tantamount to illegal mining around the country. What will you do as CS to ensure, 1, that any player who is in the mining industry in Kenya is licensed and regulated? And that also involves things like quarries. You've seen the recent cases in Nairobi, in quarry here in Embakasi, where abandoned quarries are left unfilled. They have now become graveyards for criminals. They are dump sites. What will you do to make sure that anybody who is involved, even in quarrying, is one taking care of the environment, especially in getting to refill many of these quarries, and that industry is well regulated, and anybody and everybody engaged in it is licensed.
Nominee.
Mr. Speaker, I would have been completely surprised if I was not asked the question of education.
Yes, Jeanette. Okay.
Let me add something.
We can go on and ask your question.
Oh, okay.
Take those two.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee two questions. The first one, Mr. Speaker, just to add to what the majority leaders asked. This issue of the education background. Mr. Speaker, I think the nominee needs to, he has alluded to that now he's in the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. We want to ask him to clear this matter, because this matter, it comes up during elections and goes down after elections. It comes up during elections, goes away after elections, you win the election. We want to slay that ghost today here. Can you share with us from the beginning to the end how it went? And my second question is that where I come from, Lake Victoria is next to it. What do you think what will you do as the Minister for Maritime to improve the lives of the people there in terms of fish industry? The fishing industry is almost collapsing. What programs do you think you will put in place to make sure that livelihoods are supported there by the people who are doing the fishing business or fishing in the Lake Victoria area?
Chair, maybe since he had begun answering that one on academic credentials, besides what you would say CS nominee to young Kenyans, and from what Junet is saying, it's clear that many people who serve in public office suffer certain prejudices from Kenyans regarding the academic credentials and all that in your past. Probably you can contextualize that in that. I am certain there are many Kenyans who are surprised that you can even converse in English. There are many who are asking how you would be able to be vetted.
I understand.
You cannot converse in English.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, and I must first of all say it is almost normal for people to cast doubt of Wapwanis. Sometimes, and Owen Bai and Mishi Boko probably will bear me witness. But we can and we are as qualified as any other Kenyan. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to walk you through my educational journey and where I drew my inspiration.
More than what you did?
No. To respond to the question,
okay.
I want to walk you through how I achieved what I achieved, and I'll continue to achieve.
With brevity.
Without a doubt. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to mention that I drew my inspiration from one Professor Ali Mazrui. Professor Ali Mazrui did not succeed in his Cambridge examination to be admitted in the university to attain his first degree. That aside, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention to this House.
Ali Mazrui is one of the most renowned
scholar
and admirable scholars.
We love him. He's one of our own from the coastal region.
He's not just the coastals. I love him even more. I named one of my
you must.
I named one of my brothers Mazrui.
Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no way you cannot love Ali Mazrui, given his contribution to basically the general well-being of our society. But Mr. Speaker, this is the point. I want Kenyans to know that historical struggles are real. Are real. Someone should never imagine for a minute that if they come from places or spaces of comfort, that there may be a level playing field for everyone. Some of us come from very poor background. Mr. Speaker, if you look at my CV, you will see I actually had to take a break for 1 year, transiting from primary into secondary. Why did I do that? Because simply my parents couldn't afford school fees. I was not living in an environment that allowed me that opportunity to be able to quickly prosper in matters of education. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I can tell this committee today, and I want many Kenyans to listen to me, do not ever imagine your hope dies by your previous struggles. We suffered. But what gives me pride is that we could turn that around. I actually turned it around. When I found the slightest opportunity for self-improvement, which I believe is a continual process, I grabbed it. And I'm glad to the laws of the country, laws of the land, there are processes that allows someone to improve and progress in matters of education. So yes, I did not do well in my secondary school. I got a D-, no doubt. But Mr. Speaker, I turned that around. Today, as I sit here, I hold 2 degrees that are before you. Mr. Speaker, I am on my pathway to attain a master's degree from the most prestigious university in the world. And that is achieved by determination. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Junet, Honorable Junet, that first let me begin by telling Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Kimani Ichung'wah, I contributed to my own school fees in secondary school. I had an understanding at that time with my principal that he released me earlier than any other student because I needed to go work. And I did. And I contributed. At that point, what was my priority? To conclude KCSE. And I knew deep in my mind that I will always in my life have a chance to further pursue and acquire more knowledge. And like I said, I would have been very surprised if this question did not come up, because it comes up every time there's an opportunity for me to do something. Every time. It started when I was running for MP. It started when I was running for MP in 2007. Big conversation. And that time they even actually said that my nursery certification was fake, my kindergarten. But we succeeded. When I was running for governor, Mr. Speaker, and I'm saying this so that we can, I hope we can bring this to a permanent closure. When I was running for governor in 2013, it also became one of the biggest campaign issues. I know there were even attempts to bribe some people in the institutions that I was with. Somebody once told me, someone came to me and told me, Bana, we've been told to suspend your degree. To purport, we're undertaking some investigation, just to not to allow me to meet the required timelines to submit my papers. But we overcame that and moved on. Then, Mr. Speaker, you also will remember, because it is a matter of public knowledge, the administration of President Uhuru Kenyatta, particularly the first term, had quite some issues with me. So again, there were those who felt that they may have an opportunity now to permanently remove me from the political equation by dealing with my education credentials. So, Mr. Speaker, I report before this House, there is no government institution, be it Higher Learning Commission, DCI, EACC, even a judicial process, that has not investigated my credentials. And I commit before this House. In fact, they should be looking at this space. Probably if we succeed, if you nominate me, and we do well, the next, if I'm approved, the next vetting, you should see a PhD, Mr. Speaker. I'm telling you, watch this space. If I come back here, if God wills, you approve me, we do some real work, better the lives of the Kenyan people, you'll call me Dr. Hassan Joho, the next one, sir. Mr. Speaker, on the other matters.
Hold that. What was the outcome of the judicial challenge on your papers?
Mr. Speaker, they lost. And I actually know who sponsored the process, but they lost. You cannot take what is rightfully mine. It's as simple as that.
Go on and answer the other questions.
So they lost. And I know, unfortunately, there's an old man there in Mombasa, an 82 old man, who keeps sponsoring people to pursue the, and I'm sure probably...
Focus on your suitability.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
I want to Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah on the blue economy. And I want to combine it with maritime affairs. And I like the fact that you particularly picked on the job opportunities. Mr. Speaker, this ministry is a wealth creation ministry. This ministry is a great employment creation ministry. Now, just to give you some statistics, today, the global demand on seafarers is almost at 1.9 million. We in Kenya are contributing barely 0.2%. So out of, basically what I'm saying is out of the 1.9 million, we have just about 4,000 Kenyans that are getting into the industry by way of employment. Now, what are we going to do to change that? Number one, we must redesign our training program to fit into the demand of that opportunity. And I know there's quite some work that was done previously and continues to be done, but we may need to have a conversation. And if approved, I'm going to be running back quickly to this august house to engage honorable members on realigning the policies around training to be able to fit the demands. And I pick particular example. If you train someone to board a vessel, how you earn or how you get opportunity to be employed is almost similar to that of a pilot. So even as we see today, we have probably a good standard of training issued or undertaken at the Bandari Maritime Academy. But Mr. Speaker, everybody that graduates from Bandari Academy does not automatically qualify to get a job because they don't have something called sea time. They don't have sea time. They have no avenues to get sea time. So that for me is a matter of urgent intervention to ensure we combine our training with sea time, even if it's just basic. Nobody will employ you if you have never been on board a sea. So that is one area of policy realignment that I'm going to have to engage this Honorable House. The other important area, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the statistics today, countries like Liberia are carrying 100 or plus more folds of their flag in vessels. We in Kenya, we're just about 5. From what I've heard from private sector, I've engaged the shipping industry, and I have been told, Mr. Speaker, the vessels that are carrying our flag are just about 5. What this therefore means is that our young people cannot get an opportunity because there is no level playing field. What do we need to do? To look at the policies. What is Liberia doing that is right that we can't do? What is it? Because we have so many vessels calling into our ships. What a local flag means, Your Excellency, is that the revenues generated, first of all, from the vessel will land in Kenya. priority in terms of job opportunities will be for Kenyans, and opportunities to even design some internship program for attaining sea time. It is easier to take to Kenyan companies, and I'm going to do that. I think, Mr. Speaker, and I'm clear about it. Let me say I'm clear about it. If you approve my nomination, I will hit the ground running. It certainly shall not be business as usual. It will not, because I see. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, so that I give you the context on how and why it is urgent that we quickly realign policies that conform to the needs. It is because seafarer, by all standards, qualifies to be a prestigious job. There's no seafarer, at whatever cadre, there's nobody who earns less than $1,000. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll quickly run. The other question is on the fishing folk, and Mr. Junet, Honorable Junet, talked particularly on the lake areas, and I'm imagining he's looked at the demography well, because I was just looking at some statistics. And I looked lake areas from Muhuru Bay, you pass Siaya into Soiport, Sioport in Busia. And the numbers that are produced, nothing justifies that our neighboring countries are processing more. Understood that they may have a lot of, the area might be wider, but they're processing 100-folds more, particularly for export. What do we need to do? And I've seen this problem, for example, in the fisher folk and artisan fishermen in the coastal region, from Kiunga to Lungalunga. And government has put some effort. Let me just acknowledge. Government so far has given boats and some storage facility. And they're building landing sites that are some complete and some yet to be complete. But that alone doesn't solve the issue. There is the issue of capacity building. These fisher folks, these artisan fishermen and women should be trained. Should be trained in how many fronts? One, processing. Basic business skills. Basic business skills. Storage and value addition. Mr. Speaker, growing up in Mombasa, I used to see a company that used to be called Wananchi Marine. That company was employing on a daily basis not less than 3,000 women to do fish processing. But as we sit here today, Mr. Speaker, there is no single factory that I can directly point at that does the same. And it's going to be my business. Number one, to create a lucrative environment for investment. You have to combine private sector investment, government support, and people's participation. And idea number one is, for example, if we want to help the fisher folks and fishermen generally, we must develop strategy like creating collection points. And I tell you, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, why I say that, because one boat goes out, comes with possibly 20 kilos, and they are likely to be possibly around maybe 100 boats of such capacity. But everyone who comes don't call in into the same landing site. What do? They find means to buy ice blocks and store. But imagine if we put them in a cooperative, manage them and organize them, train them. You arrange collection points. Why we don't export our fish very well is because we don't consolidate it. We don't consolidate our catch. So for me, I should have a truck picking from Kiunga into Owen Bay's constituency, Owen Bay's into Mombasa, into Kwale and Shimoni. Consolidate it so we bring adequate catch that will qualify for even export market. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ichung'wah talked about on restoration program of quarries. There is a law in place, but it's not enforced. What do I think needs to be done? Number one, we must create synergies with county governments. Why do I say so? They are beneficiary of the royalties. We must train and encourage the Kenyan people to abide to the required environmental standards. Number three, we must work on our enforcement, and this will require a multi-sectoral approach that I'm probably going to initiate. And maybe on the policy issue is that we may consider requiring or requesting when you are licensed to mine, so that we are assured you will actually work on restoration, create a bond, a surety bond, whether by way of bank guarantee or whatever formula that works, so that you deposit it in government, a similar amount or an estimated amount. So if you don't restore the site that you've mined our geological wealth from, we have bonded you. So you just don't walk scot-free. Mr. Speaker,
you've answered all the questions.
I think I have answered all the questions.
Good.
I thank you.
Those who have never heard of Ali Mazrui, I encourage you to read a few of his books. Africans, A Triple Heritage, Africa's International Relations, and Africans from Slave Ship to Spaceship.
Mr. Speaker, if you have some extra copies, I'm going to pick some from you.
Pardon?
Good.
If you have some extra copies, I'll pick some from you. If you've read, unless you're collecting them.
I'll share with you. Naisula?
Thank you, Chairman. To the nominee, during your preamble, you thanked His Excellency the President for nominating you, and that is why you're before this committee. You are in public having said, and I quote you, "I don't ever dream of engaging with Ruto. Mimi niongee na Ruto, niongee na Ruto nini?" I want to put it to you that if this committee nominates you and the National Assembly approves you, you'll be sitting in a cabinet where His Excellency the President will be chairing. I would like to know whether mutaongea nini kwa hiyo cabinet. But that's beside the point. I want to get to the real issues. But that's also a very valid question, because it will be important to know how you will engage as the minister, if approved, cabinet secretary, and with His Excellency the President. Now, there is tax exemption on exploration and accumulation of exploration expenses for offset against income upon full commercialization. What I would like to know is, do you think exemption should be tied to certain activities and for certain duration of time? There are people who are exploring in this country in perpetuity for 30, 40 years, just so that there is tax exempt. And I suspect they've actually explored and they've gotten the gemstones or whatever they're exploring, but because of the exempt, they continue to say they're exploring. To my last question, the Mining Act prohibits civil servants from dealing with minerals. According to Article 81 of the Mining Act, no person, whether civil or military, and serving in government is allowed to directly or indirectly acquire or hold any right or interest under any prospecting right. Despite this provision, high-ranking government officials, public officers, state officers, and civil servants are involved in mining. And I'm sure some of them have started looking for you since you were nominated. What mechanisms and plans will you put in place to ensure that revenues from gemstone mining do not end up in the pockets of cartels without disclosure? Actually, I thought cartels are only in agriculture, health. I've come to realize during this appointments committee, cartels are everywhere, including mining. And how do you intend to protect and shield communities from unscrupulous miners and cartels?
Nelson Koech.
Mine also was a quick one too, on the same gemstone. Late last year, the president had this launched, it's called a Voi Gemstone Value Addition Center. It is ill-equipped, nominee. I don't know what you will do to make sure that there is value for money, and the small-scale miners are also able to be able to sell their mines in Voi Additional Center, Gemstone Additional Center. Number two is the mining law sets up several mechanisms which Kenyans can enjoy direct benefits from minerals. That is, for every sale of mineral, proportion of value of mineral is paid to the government as royalty, which is shared between national and county government and mining communities in the ratio of 70, 20 to 10, respectively. How then will you do differently to ensure the same is adhered to mining communities and county benefits?
Nominee.
Honorable Naisula, you talked about exploration, but my research tells me, and I'm yet to get a detailed brief from the ministry, that you're imagining there are people doing exploration for 30 years. There are people doing prospecting for 40 years. How that makes sense, I have no idea. Whether it happens anywhere in the world, certainly it cannot be. How do you prospect for 40 years? So we need to quickly relook into our policy, Mr. Speaker. We can't as a country. And this explains why mining GDP's contribution is under 1%. It can't continue like this. It can't continue. And Honorable Naisula, you are very right. If you thought you saw cartels, I've come to learn within this short period of time that I've been nominated, there are greater cartels in the mining industry. And Mr. Speaker, if you approve me, that is where I begin. Remove the cartels, remove the brokers. Mining industry in Kenya cannot be a market of speculators. Mr. Speaker, I've also learned that before someone hits the ground, you'll find instances where a company has exchanged hands more than 10 times. Someone has gone, applied for a license, given a license, sold it to the Speaker, then sold it to Naisula, then sold it to Owen, then sold it to some farm in Canada, that one sells to China. All that time that they're speculating and gaining profits, the Kenyan people are losing. They are losing. It's only that I am, and this is a task I'm going to take, because it looks like Kenyan population really do not have an idea of what geological minerals may be in the country. They must get involved, and I'll take it upon me to ensure they get involved. So I identify completely with your sentiments, Honorable Naisula, and this is an urgent matter that must be discussed and be realigned in a manner that works and defeats those cartels. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Naisula told me, nitaongea na.
You don't have to answer that. Only fools don't change their mind.
I was going to say it in Kiswahili.
Go on and answer the other question.
Wapumbavu tu ndo wabadilishe mawazo.
There's a question on communities.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Yes.
Number one, I've already picked an issue on, for example, timely disbursement of royalties. Mr. Speaker, I was talking to some people from Taita Taveta County, some community, who told me they have not received their share of royalties on a certain mine for the last 7 years. That can't work. What we need to quickly do is to ensure we create systems that function. And number one priority is that the Kenyan people primarily should be priority in terms of receiving their royalties and benefits. Mr. Speaker, we also have to have a conversation. I am looking forward, for example, to quickly engage the counties. The counties according to the current law, receive a good chunk of royalties. Maybe we may need to look at our legal framework on how we can also cushion the communities in the counties by ensuring that we maybe ring-fence some of the resources to development. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? You know very well. Geological minerals do get depleted. There are generations that will come many, many years after us, and this country must have something to show. We can't, it just can't be a story that Kenya had this and there's nothing to show. So, Mr. Speaker, I am going to engage and create working synergies with the counties and formulate, create a framework that is efficient in disbursing royalties. And also, if I go a step further, these communities must be organized. We must organize them. We must encourage them to get into cooperatives. We must encourage them in some instances. And I like that question because it gives me an opportunity to address something that we call back home as ancestral interest. Many of us, our populations, and it's not only in the coastal region, as squatters, Mr. Speaker. I saw that during the SGR. When they were constructing the SGR, Mr. Speaker, many people were compensated, but the title holders and the residents of certain areas were completely ignored. So there are certain regulations or laws that we must, and I'd be happy to come and engage the community to see how we can improve on them. Mr. Speaker, on Honorable Kipkoech, I haven't seen the Gemstone Center at Voi, but I'm looking forward to see it. But what I think the mining industry needs to do is to focus on private sector investment. Government should not be in the business of competing with its citizens. So there has to be concerted effort and specific focus to encourage private sector investment. Why do I say so, Honorable Kipkoech? Because they will meet the global standards. I am not sure whether the Gemstone Center in Voi is properly equipped to test and process what they get. That is an urgent business for me. And I'm going to look into it as soon as I have an opportunity of possibly if this honorable committee approves me. So that we even are able to test, identify what minerals should be allowed for export, what should be kept home for value addition, and what should be put in the market and what values. And I have seen it. I have seen people from Voi coming into Mombasa with a small packet of many, many gemstones and almost sell them at wholesale price. Someone else picks them up, some foreigner will pick it up, go to Hong Kong, go to Thailand, and make double or triple the money that, that Kenyan ordinary man would. So I will look into that as a matter of urgency, Honorable Kipkoech, and I'm hoping that I see the passion. We'll work together.
Posing, then Gikaria, then Emase. In that order. Take those three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Joe, I hear you talk about policies and systems. Should you get the favor of the House, my proposal will be concentrate on the actions. If you live in these policies and systems, you will leave that office with systems and policies, having not even approved. So that's my advice. But my question is, the governors who have been ministers, Honorable Joe, have not gotten a good rating from where I sit. They have been accused of being desk ministers, governors, former governors. I don't know whether they got a lot of comfort when they were governors or they became two bosses when they were governors, and therefore they are not actually seen in the field. What will you convince this committee to believe in you? And particularly, I think I like the word you said, that what we lack is confidence. I think it's true, because I come from a mineral county, which is West Pokot. Confidence of investors coming to invest, and also confidence of the people accepting investors. What will you convince this committee Honorable Joe, that you will be in these mineral counties in building confidence and for both sides, the investors and, or you will go to Mombasa because now blue economy in Mombasa, will you be also be in mineral counties to build confidence? Thank you, Speaker.
Can I?
Three.
Thank you.
Just record and answer them quickly in the order they came. Kikaria, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman.
Switch off your mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the exploration is something that the nominee has said he's going to look into, and I'm saying this in relation to the corporation, the National Mining Corporation, which is a corporation of government, which is in exploration and does nothing other than just getting salaries and doing nothing in exploration. As we look at, I was trying to look at the law as to whether we have timelines for exploration. I remember in the Energy Act, we have 2 years for exploration. After that, your license expires. The other bit that also needs, you need to look at is the Mineral Rights Board, the licensing board that gives. There is a lot of bureaucracy in terms of giving licenses on time. It's like they don't have a service charter for if you apply today, by what time should you be able to get your license. But the most important thing is, let me talk about the artisanal miners. Honorable nominee, artisanal miner is a big area of employment. And of course, we know there is a cooperative that has come in place. But again, the licensing of these cooperatives and artisanal miners has become an issue with the Mineral Rights Board. So what are you going to do to help our young men and people who work in doing artisanal mining across the country, who do the illegal mining per se in quotes, but who have been applying through cooperatives, and then it takes forever for them to be able, and getting very, very bad prices or bad for the product that they get from the mines. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Mary Massey.
Thank you, Speaker. Nominee, my first one's a comment. It's good that you mentioned about redesigning our training programs. Through you, Speaker, recently the Maritime Authority advertised for jobs for Kenyans to work in the vessels. And the requirement was just basically training in hospitality, front office, and a foreign language, which is German. But I put it to you, they could hardly raise the numbers that were needed. So seriously, it is an area of concern because we are losing out on opportunities as Kenyans, yet we're talking about unemployment. So, Honorable Nominee, if approved, I think that is one of the areas you need to seriously focus on to ensure that we're training in all disciplines related to maritime so that we can benefit from the opportunities. So my question is, and this is from a Kenyan, in 2010, the then internal security minister, the late Honorable George Saitoti, tabled a list in Parliament containing 4 members of Parliament, including yourself as a suspected drug trafficker. The US Embassy also stated that Kenya anti-narcotic unit suspected that you were involved in narcotic trade. Are you aware of these grave allegations and the effects of drug addiction in our nation? If so, kindly shed some light on that. Thank you.
Answer those 3.
Honorable Kosing, my record speaks for itself. I was not in any way a desk governor. I am a ground person. I am a ground person. That is why I left Mombasa County with the best cardiac center in the country and possibly in the continent. I left Mombasa County with state-of-the-art cancer treatment center. I left the county with a lot of social development programs that are on record. So I'm just picking a few. Mr. Speaker, today if I have a cardiac issue, I want to tell you, and I will encourage all of you and those that have visited Mombasa, if you have a cardiac issue, Coast General is your place. Because they have the state-of-the-art cath lab with well-trained doctors that constantly do open heart surgeries, fix cardiac issues quickly, and that was my leadership. So I provide leadership, and I will. And in the mining and blue economy and maritime, if you approve me, I will hit the ground running, Mr. Speaker. On matters of licensing, I don't know whether this committee understands the process that is applied on licensing, but I'll quickly share from what I found out. And I'm saying that this I found out from the private sector. Number one, you go to the potential area and engage either the landlord or the communities or the county. Then you get a consent. Then online, there is what they call the cadastre that covers the whole country in potential areas in matters mining. Then once you have the consent, you peg on the cadastre. And then at that point, you do a physical license application. And I've already heard of many instances that people have falsified documents to peg on the cadastre. That is number one hindrance on efficiency on issuing license. Because then, therefore, a true potential, and this basically mostly is done by speculators. So the true potential investor does not get an opportunity to even apply. So we first of all must fix how we handle the pegging. We must have technological means of ensuring that whatever is used to peg a site meets the standards. I have had, for example, someone would just upload a newspaper, and that acts as a consent, because the technology currently doesn't have the ability to authenticate some of those documents that are uploaded. So what do I say? I say we need to digitize end-to-end. We must digitize it end-to-end. And Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way. Even in our own country, I know for sure, for certain, there are with enormous capacity and potential to help us develop. I must also say that I was taken by surprise when during Mandaman, there were some young Kenyans who quickly developed and designed a communication program. And people are communicating like an app overnight. It tells you our young people have the capacity. And for me, Mr. Speaker, if I'm approved, my urgent and priority first step is to involve the young people. They can help us grow. They can help us fix many things locally. Like, for example, I believe something like a cadastre, where it holds a lot of information that is very strategic for the country, must be fully hosted here. Cannot be hosted, for example, by a competing country. So for us, what do? We invest in technology end-to-end. Right now, I'm informed that they have done it, but there's quite a human interaction phase that we must try and do away. It will create efficiency. It will also deal with corruption issues. So I hear you, Mheshimiwa, and I can tell you that that will be my priority. And also, I want to talk on the artisanal miners and licensing. They go through similar challenges, Mr. Speaker. They go exactly how a private sector investor suffers is the same way, unfortunately, the artisanal miner also suffers. So that, for me, is something that I must look into. For me, Kenyans must be allowed to exploit their wealth so that they can better their lives in a manner that is organized, safe, and most importantly, beneficial to them. So that I will do. Mheshimiwa Imase, you talked about training. I couldn't agree more that we must design our programs or the architecture of training in a manner that fits the needs of the players. We must do that. I mean, there's no two ways. What do I think I will do? Obviously, I will begin by evaluating the Bandari Academy. But I'm going also to try and forge partnership with, for example, Technical University of Mombasa, the universities around the lake areas, and many others, because those job opportunities are not only for the coastal people. They are not only, they're for every Kenyan. And therefore, we must create a partnership in designing an architectural plan that conforms to what the industry needs. And I will work closely with private sector. Mr. Speaker, finally, Honorable Emase talked about a citizen that sent you SMS.
A question on SMS.
On the drug baron issue. You know, the irony for me is that when you want to pick records selectively, that is what challenges me. The quagmire for me is I don't understand if you come and table a report. Obviously, there must be some subsequent actions. And I want to also, this is one matter that I really hope we can put to permanent closure, Mr. Speaker. When I was campaigning in 2013, in Mombasa, there were billboards put up. Don't vote the baron, vote change. Mr. Speaker, let me begin with that report. Yes, I thought he tabled a report on a dossier that he was given, that was passed to him through the American embassy. What normally happens is that when you table or pass a dossier, it is investigated, I believe. It is worked on. So that happened. The late Honorable Saitoti, may the Almighty rest his soul in eternal peace, came back to Parliament with a report. He came back to Parliament and tabled a report of investigation and the outcome. And it was a multi-agency, almost international investigation that clearly stated, and I'm going to only speak for myself, that no iota of evidence was found against me. Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way. I'm not a fool. I come from a family that is blessed with businesses. And I am thankful to Almighty for what I have. So number one, that investigation was concluded. Number two, Honorable Emase, first term as governor, I was the greatest critic of the Jubilee administration. Had lots of personal altercation. They came after me in businesses, in many fronts. Don't you think for a minute, if I was involved in any illegal activity, I would have survived that regime? They would quickly have used it to, like they say, I remember, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, just indulge me a minute. I remember at that time, the president came to Mombasa and said, "Tutamalizana na huyu." They would have used it. So please, Kenyans, I want to assure you here today that I do clean business. Visible, that can be audited, can be seen, physical, and therefore, please, Mr. Speaker, if anybody talks about a report that was tabled on the dossier, also talk about the report that came after that, that cleared us. And I am particularly interested because first point for me to call and try and interest investors to come, I am planning to go to the United States. They are known for big investments in mining, and it is my plan to go and engage them, interest companies from the United States.
The same Americans gave you a visa to accompany me as foreign minister to the US.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker, just after that. In fact, just after the day I went.
Immediately after that.
And I've been to America many times, and I intend to continue to go to America, because America really, Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to be looking that way to get investors to come and invest, particularly in the areas of mining. So, Mr. Speaker, that matter, again, I hope it comes to permanent closure. Because it's all like education, it comes up only when they are seeing an opportunity.
But don't be pigeonholed to America. There are even bigger mining countries like Australia.
No, in Canada, Australia. Others, yes. And even here, by the way, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you know, I've just found out, in fact, just yesterday, that Kenyans have invested heavily in mining in Tanzania. So even here we have them.
Are you talking about me?
Daud Murugara, order nominee, no altercations with members. Daud Murugara, then Owen, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. To the nominee, Honorable Joho, what you have said about cadastral and all that, your predecessor, when he was there, Honorable Vuria, when he came for vetting in 2022, he talked about the NIS doing prospecting for all the minerals in the country. And there are minerals in Meru County, by the way, in Beo. But unfortunately, even by the time he left, he never visited Meru. So my first question to you would be, like what Honorable Posing has said, you may be a desk CS if you are approved. What will happen, I hope, because you know Meru is cold and Mombasa is hot, and you're used to the hot weather, you may feel very cold in Meru. And the same thing, on the same, there has been exploration of copper and gold in Meru. But unfortunately, the company which was prospecting, a Kenyan company, Goita Mining Limited, has been bought out by Avira Resources Limited of Australia. So my question would be, do you think that we as Kenyans will benefit, or will the benefit be for outsiders who come prospecting in Kenya and taking away everything what is there? The second question, because that was one question, Mr. Speaker, there is a question from one of our viewers, and he says, the Auditor General, that is now for the time you were as a governor in Mombasa, that there is an Auditor General report about garbage, a 1 billion shilling garbage tender, which was given to some of your relatives in Mombasa. And there is even talk that it is not Ali Hassan or Hassan Ali Joho who handled Mombasa County. It was a relative of his. I would not mention him for, it would not be right, but it was not you who were running. You were running the political part. The other part was being run by somebody else. Can you confirm or deny? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominating, make a distinction between Meru and Tharaka Nithi. He's been talking about Meru. If I'm to say anything, it will be on Tharaka Nithi. The two are separate and distinct.
You are actually vetting the nominee on behalf of the people of Kenya.
No.
Not your constituencies, not your counties.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we have questions to ask.
Ask the question,
we have to draw that distinction.
But avoid the temptation to appear that you are vetting nominees on behalf of your constituencies or your counties.
I agree, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, some questions are relevant. We have to draw.
Sir, I'm not curtailing you at all. Go on and ask.
Thank you very much for the distinction. Nominee, you began when you were responding to a question by stating that what it is that Liberia gets right and we get it wrong. And here you were talking about maritime affairs. the sea vessels. And I don't know whether you know the historical background, why Liberia is actually the largest flag carrier in respect of ships. And that also goes with, it has the highest number of shipwrecks in the high seas, purely because most of those ships are condemned in their countries, and this is the reason why they find solace in going to Liberia to get national flag. So I do not know whether you wish Kenya also to take that route and emulate that. You respond. Number two, a question from a viewer who wants to know really whether the nominee is familiar with the minerals found in the country and where those minerals are to be found, including my own county, Tharaka Nithi, and my constituency, Tharaka. Then the third one is on fisheries. We have what are known as Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institutes spread across the country. Some of them are stored. They started building, but halfway they collapsed. If you are approved by this House nominee, do you confirm that you would embrace the policy of completing those institutes, because some of them are actually meant for marine research in the hinterland? Thank you.
Thank you, George. Don't feel like I curtailed you. I was just giving direction to everybody. Owen?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the following information from our nominee one. Listening to you, Honorable Ali Hassan Joho, you come through as a hustler that has come from the bottom up, bottom there, coming up through many struggles. And the very many lessons that we learned from your interaction in this committee. As you sit, if approved by this committee, if you sit in cabinet, how do you help to encourage the hustlers, especially in the mining, in the fisher folks in this case in Kenya are basically hustlers who are trying to make it in life. Probably you are a good example of that. How do you intend to really bring in that to cabinet and assist the cabinet really to help the hustlers in this country who seem to have given up? Secondly, how do you use your experience in business? I can see you have good credentials in business and you've come up as a businessman. How do you intend to bring in those credentials in your business field and your experience also as governor who chaired a cabinet at the county level to assist the cabinet to really meet the aspirations of the young people who are actually hustlers, who seem to be giving up, the Gen Zs who seem to be giving up in life? How do you intend to bring that experience to help Kenyans? My second question is that specifically to the marine area, there is a marine spatial plan that has been in the works for many years. It has never succeeded, it has never taken off. Many people in the marine industry are waiting for that spatial plan. How soon can this realize a spatial plan in the marine area? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You can take those, nominee.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin, first of all, by the spatial plan issue. And I believe strongly in planning from an informed position and real-time data management and collection. Basically, if even land use is critical that is properly planned. So this, for me, is urgent, and I'm going, if approved, to ask that it be expeditiously done, because it is important. Honorable Owen, sorry, I'm starting with you, Owen. My experience as a businessman and as a public officer, and I am glad that I've served in different spectra. I was once an assistant minister, got a lot of guidance at that time from the Honorable Speaker. He was my mentor, actually, in Parliament. I participated strongly in matters of legislation. I remember the NTSA formation was done under my watch at the 10th Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And the acumen stature of business I got is for literally experience. And Mr. Speaker, I've run quite fairly big business. And I bring that on board to be able to capture the ideology of a business sector, combine it with public sector, so that we can be able to deliver on behalf of the country. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Honorable Owen, those wavuvis or fisher folks or artisan fishermen, they need help. They need help to be organized. They need, for example, we must find means, whether by way of partnership or government funding or private sector. And this, for me, is an area of interest because I am aware of the Go Blue conversation. Many young Kenyans have been sponsored, but we need really now to start sponsoring them for deep sea fishing. Because even if they use what they have today, they can achieve that much. But if we get them to go deep sea fishing, then now for me, that will be the game changer. And that is what I will undertake to do if this committee approves me. Mr. Speaker, on matters of stalled projects, government should not have any stalled project. You must plan well. Mheshimiwa Murugara. Government should not have stalled projects. We must develop plans that do work. So that when you start something, you must finish. And like Owen asked, I gained that experience from private sector practice. Value for money and timely delivery is critical. So expect that we'll have a conversation. First of all, I'm not in a position today to say I know all the stalled projects, but we will have a conversation and develop a clear plan to be able to complete the stalled projects. We don't want a situation where we embark on new projects and we leave the old ones stalled. My brother Dawood, you talked about NIS prospecting report. I'm not in a position right now to comment about it. But I have an issue on communication that must improve. And I would urge even my colleagues in other ministries that ministries must help the president to communicate to Kenyans. If we had a clear communication plan, you probably wouldn't need this opportunity to ask, what do we have in the country? So I will go to the ministry if approved, learn what they have, and I promise I will communicate to the Kenyan public of what they have. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dawood asked on exploration of gold and copper in Meru, and the fact that the miners or the mining company exchange hands. I think the fact that companies do exchange hands doesn't mean the law on royalties change. It should remain, and they should continue to pay royalties, both to the communities, county government, and national government. So I doubt if the government would lose. The only thing that I am concerned about, and I think we collectively should, is the testing of minerals. Whether we have that capacity in the country. Because I'm told, I took some time and called some minister friend I have in another country that's very successful in mining. I'm told in instances where you mine copper, you are very likely to get good deposits of gold. But what the miners do is that they only report copper. So therefore, we urgently need to enhance our testing capacity and ground truthing. And I will happily visit you in Meru, in Tharaka, in Migori. I'll go to Suna. I'll go to Kikuyu. I'll go to Turkana. Turkana has the potential of exporting large quantity of what they call mango tilapia. Huge market for mango tilapia in DRC. I have to go there and see how we can improve on that. I will go to Busia for for gold and value addition. I'll go to Kakamega and the larger Western. Everywhere where there's potential for minerals, I will go to ensure, first of all, we involve the communities, we work with the counties, we secure the communities, we engage on matters of environmental impact. So I will be visiting every part of this country, Mr. Dawood, including Tharaka and Meru. And Pokot. And Kosin is a fairly blessed man. I hope he'll host
everywhere.
And everywhere.
Yes.
But I want Kosin to undertake that he'll host me when I go there. So prepare some sumptuous cuisine. On the 1 billion tender, I saw it. Mr. Speaker, let me confirm. This is a matter that was audited, dealt with, investigated by the anti-corruption and the DC and everybody, and it was concluded. First and foremost, it has never been 1 billion. The contract, yes, it was a tender advertised. Someone won the bid, not from my family. My family is in the logistics business. They're extremely busy. In fact, sometimes I struggle to encourage them to help me with social programs under our foundation. They are too busy. They have no time to do government business. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, just to put to the record, my family does not do business with any government entity. We are in logistic business in Tanzania, in Uganda, in South Sudan, in Dubai, and here in Kenya. So please be assured, my family is not in any way involved in that tender. And the actual amount that was being investigated, Mr. Speaker, was just about 200 million, paid to the company that won the bid over a period of 3 years. The way it is portrayed is like I went to the county coffers with a check of 1 billion and gave to my cousin. That is not the case. It was a tender, advertised, someone applied. It's only that I cannot mention the name of the guy who won the tender. But even him, he did bid in that tender for just helping us to achieve certain environmental standards. He was already a big billionaire. So he's such a setup just where, and he outbid everybody. So in the period of 3 years, Mr. Dawood paid 290 million. And it was investigated and concluded.
We also received some memorandum on that. You've answered all the three. Now let's go to Robert Mbui.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't answered the issue on Liberia.
Okay.
And it is very important.
Okay.
And I want to inform Honorable Murugara that, yes, there may be historical issues. But you know what? You call them abandoned or condemned vessels. I want to enlighten you. I'm actually going to encourage those condemned vessels to come to Kenya for one purpose: destruction. It's a big business opportunity. Honorable Murugara, I don't know whether you are aware. The maritime standards set on the time period a vessel should be sailing is very strict. Where do I see the opportunity? I have seen India is big, Singapore is big on vessel destruction. So I would also encourage private sector here. Let those condemned vessels come, we demolish them, and help our steel industry. It will be a game changer for our steel industry. One, first of all, the owner of the vessels pays to bring the vessel, and they pay for destruction, and we remain with the steel. So it is what we do with it. For me, so Mr. Murugara, I see there a great opportunity that we must engage in. Sumra atafurahi sana.
Robert, then Stephen, then Didoras, in that order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have just a quick comment and then one question to the nominee. You know, Africa is rich in mineral resources and other raw materials, yet we remain poor in the world of community of nations. And from my research, and Kenya is also very rich in minerals. And like you've said, you know, it contributes very, very small percentage of our GDP. But despite that, nominee, there are also a lot of billionaires, not very many, but a number of billionaires in Kenya out of this issue of minerals. So maybe you need to help Kenya to be able to achieve its objectives in this industry. But then I have a question, and it's not mine, it's a submission, and that will help us test your integrity. And I've heard you say you want to clear the air on matters out there in public domain. This is a submission that was given to this committee in an affidavit, but did not conform to Section 6/9 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act. But we have agreed that it's important that we field these questions for you to clear the air. Now, this is a gentleman who says that as governor of Mombasa County, your administration awarded a tender to construct a county stadium at a cost of taxpayers' money to the tune of 1.8 billion. Now, a report by the Auditor General for the financial year that ended June 2023 showed that the county stadium was yet to be completed, this is many years later, despite the construction beginning in 2018. Now, consequently, the Office of the Auditor General could not ascertain the value for money of the expenditure incurred on the proposed development of the sports complex, and this could therefore risk cost escalation and project termination. Kindly explain the extent of your involvement in the matter and whether the stadium has since been constructed so that you could allay the public.
Stephen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome, nominee, Governor Hassan Ali Joho, former. Blue economy is 1.5 trillion US dollars globally, whereby it creates more than 30 million jobs. And my question is that as you approved or get favor from this committee, you need to look at Kenyans and the young people on how to tap in this space of 30 million jobs to make sure that the young people in this country get those opportunities. On a lighter one, I've perused your questionnaire which you filled, and I believe you have a number, but I think it's a typo error. You gave the number for Safaricom, 0722 000 000. Can you clarify?
Thank you, Mr.
We'll take the next. Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Hassan, as soon as I am here, as soon as your name hit the media, people in Mombasa were on the streets, young and old, all of them. A few days later, one of the MPs said, now Hassan Ali Joho should become a cabinet. He should not come back to local politics. My first question is there potential of conflict that you want to be a cabinet minister and also interfere with local politics in Mombasa? You need to clear there. The second question, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Hassan Joho is a businessman, and you deal with many things, logistics, jewelry, all of that. We are giving you mining. Mining today is done by the locals in Navakolo, Ikolomani, Homa Bay, in Moyale, in Marsabit, where they do gold and other minerals, and they eke out living through that. Tell us, we as Kenyans, you are looking for private investors. Do we see the potential that you get private investors so that the locals, the communities, will be locked out? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me just clarify that my family is not in jewelry business. We are in logistics, obviously diversified a little bit in real estate and trading. let me ascertain that we are in this industry that is called service industry. We don't work with government. We've never worked, my family has never worked with government. We don't do business with government. We have a straightforward business, and I assure you that we will not do business with government. We have enough already, as it were, to deal with. On the question of the comments by the Honorable MP, no, in Mombasa, on the same one, on the comments, I want to tell you, I now serve the nation. And in fact, I will make efforts to even unite those that are in Mombasa. I must help the president unite the country. And therefore, I must rise above local, divisive conversations. Every Kenyan must be served equally across board. So if there's anything I'm going to do, is to actually endeavor to unite Kenyans and even leaders even more. So be rest assured, politicians have their space, they can say what they say, but if I'm approved, I serve the nation, and I want to assure this House I will do anything to see a Kenyan that is united. Mr. Speaker, on my telephone number, let's begin there. I wonder the kind of calls that I'm going to get today. But you missed out on a digit, so I'll tell you later. Because I can be salimiwad. But yes, it has those many zeros. I may have gotten some shares maybe from someone. On a light note, Mr. Speaker. So I want to also say that I agree with the Honorable Stephen on the space in the blue economy. And Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing that this country needs to focus on, is mining and blue economy. I believe if we take the right strategy, we deploy the right strategy, we can even remove ourselves from the hole of debt using our own resources. We can. We can. And we should. And therefore, I'll make it my business to ensure systems that work are deployed, processes that are efficient are used, so that we also can help this country move from the burden it is in today. And I believe strongly that this ministry is a ministry of wealth creation and employment opportunity. And that will be my focus if you approve me. Mr. Speaker, someone touched, Honorable Roberts, you touched on Mombasa Stadium and the GDP contribution. By the way, from what I read, when I was doing my research, I saw that Kenya was reporting 1% contribution to the GDP. But that included Base Titanium, which was actually the largest mining company in Kenya, which closed shop and left. So even if you remove now what Base Titanium used to contribute, we could be even lower to maybe 0.5%. And there, we quickly need to start moving so that we embark on getting real investment and in real time. Finally, Mr. Speaker, is the stadium. I saw that, affidavit. Now let me tell you what Mombasa was planning to do at that time. The idea of building a stadium was conceptualized around 2019 towards the end. We designed, we wanted to build a world-class stadium. Designed, put it up for tender. The tender was won by a Turkish company in partnership with a local company. So the stadium that we had wanted to build in Mombasa was a modern stadium that is built mostly by steel. And that is why physically you may not see the work done when you go to the ground. But I want to assure this House, and this has been a matter of investigation. It has been investigated by the Public Works, Even that Auditor General report, when it went to the Senate, it was cleared. It was not investigated by the Ministry of Sports, that all the earthworks have been completed. So what was remaining is to bring the steel bit of the stadium and just install, which I was made aware that 70% thereabout of it had been completed in Turkey. And it was just not a basic stadium. In there was multi-purpose hall, amphitheater, Olympic-sized swimming pool, and the rest of the facilities. Now, where we faced the challenge, 2019, we award a contract. 2020, hit hard by COVID. And obviously, as a leader, like many of you did, is to first of all find means and ways to cushion your people. Mombasa, at that time, announces 50% waivers on all levies because of COVID. So a sudden drop, significant drop of our local revenue. Then, subsequently, the Revenue Allocation Commission re-engages on a new formula that made Mombasa lose 2 billion shillings. 2 billion shillings. We moved from an allocation of 8 billion to 6 billion. So that completely ruined every single plan we had to complete even that. I even remember I placed a call at that time to the president and informed him that we have awarded a contract that is 1.7 billion. COVID has forced us to waive levies to cushion Kenyans. Our allocation is lost by 2 billion. How are we going to pay for this stadium? And I invited at that time the national government, please come on board and help us to complete this. Because it's already, as I speak today, I'm aware it's already completely done in Turkey. If we have resources, we pay and they come, they install. If they come within 2 months, you have a stadium up and running because all the earthworks are completely done. So I assure you, first of all, it's not 1 billion that has been paid. What has been paid for earthworks and part of the steel, and also 30% of the steel is already in Mombasa. If you visited the stadium today, you'll see they've already put up one side of the stadium as a sample. So, first of all, amount spent, no, not 1 billion, just about 400 million. Earthworks are done. 30% of the steel is in Mombasa. 70% is in Turkey. And I hope, and I want to encourage even my current governor to engage. And I know he's doing it. He's talking to national government because they're still struggling with the resources. So that allegation, be rest assured. Tender was done above board. Money, value for money for certain. Investigation completed. No issues at all was raised by the relevant institutions. So, what was the question, Mr. Speaker?
The question was, by bringing in mega international investors, are you going to disenfranchise the local artisan miners?
No, this is what I think should happen. Obviously, for us to make meaning of what we exploit, we must encourage international investors. But I also appreciate that if Kenyan people or companies do invest, they have a greater advantage because all the dollars that are paid now will land where? Here. And for me, there's two fronts. One, artisanal miners can be organized. And by the way, we should even look at the law if we can encourage that if you are licensing a big company, for example, to mine copper, say in Busia County, we can, in the same spirit, organize local people. If we are allocating 10 acres, why can't we hire, for example, 2 acres, train local artisanal miners, equip them to make sure they are safe, because safety is a great issue, so that they can also participate in the building of the nation. And that really is a matter we are going to engage in collectively so that we cushion our people so that exploitation does not negatively impact the people of Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Hassan, what I am saying is by dint of having international conglomerates to do mineral prospecting or excavating mineral, there are those communities, those individuals who are doing the mining, and they can easily be removed by virtue of not having the license, by virtue of environmental impact assessment, safety, excuses that actually locks the locals out. The reassurance I want is locals should not be locked out. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I believe in the principle that primarily first beneficiary should be at the center where the local is. And we will do everything possible to cushion that local. And I said it earlier, and I want to repeat it again. We must equip them to be able to do real business. Number one, train them in matters mining, equip them, matters of safety, and even give them basic business skill so they know value for money. For example, Mr. Speaker, in Migori County, the artisanal miners, they go for small collection. Somebody just wants to collect enough to eat for the day. They go in very dangerous or hazardous environment. When they think they've gotten what will give them that meal for that day, they go home. Don't you think there's a need for us as a country to engage them, to tell them if you do it in a much more organized way, you can actually change your life for a long period of time. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member that...
Point of order. I was hoping that you would say something like this, that you'd promote a legislation, like happens in many countries, that if a foreign investor is coming in, they must have a component of local shareholding, so that we don't only benefit, because when an investor comes in, we only benefit from their investment and employment and tax in Kenya, but they repatriate the entire amount of their profit. So we should be looking towards that, or else the country will be owned by foreigners.
No, without a doubt, and I take your comments very, very seriously, that, that this requires a very deeper conversation with all of us, and I'm happy to assure you that we'll take it on. Like other countries, like you've rightly said, other countries do. Even though we are a liberal economy, we'll find ways to ensure we cushion the Kenyan population.
We have a law on local content, and if you apply and improve it, if an Australian or French company comes to mine here and they make $1 billion profit in a year, that is money out of our economy. If 40% of that money goes to local shareholding, that is money into our economy. The most important thing is to structure such that the local content is not used to create a cabal of a few super rich against the rest of Kenyans. The local content could be a county, could even be government shareholding through parastatals in your ministry. The government also has a duty and a right to incorporate companies on behalf of the public and have them be shareholders in those mining activities. If a foreign bank makes 30 billion profit in Kenya, that is money out of our economy. If a local bank makes 10 billion profit in a year, that is money into our economy. We'll take the rest. Okay.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. And probably that may be the reason as to why the National Mining Corporation was formed, one of the reasons. And because National Mining Corporation is not fully functional today, and Madam Boss, this, first of all, will be the first area of potential, get them to partner with other investors so that they can achieve that local content. And I will strongly propagate that it happens.
In fact, before I call Shurie, at independence nominee, the government had ICDC that was a shareholder for the government and the people of Kenya virtually in each and every international investment that came in, be it Coca-Cola, whichever you name it, and they were holding this on behalf of the people of Kenya and generating wealth for the people of Kenya. Now we'll take the last 4 in a row: Honorable Shuria, Honorable Mishi, Honorable Mukami, and Honorable Caleb Amisi, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mheshimiwa Joho, there are numerous abandoned mines and quarries across the country that are a danger to the people. What measures will you implement to ensure the safety and rehabilitation of these sites? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Shimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just to know that the nominee today used to be my governor for 2 terms in Mombasa County, but today I'm here as a member of the Committee of Appointments, and I'm being governed by the rules and procedure of vetting. My first question to the nominee, although the nominee has talked about training, but I want to pick one particular component on training on the seafarer or regarding maritime studies. This is what is abbreviated as STCW, meaning Standard of Training and Certification of Watchkeeping. Most of our seafarers, they're educated, they have the qualification, but they don't have the certificate for STCW. And that is why most of them, when they want to acquire jobs to the vessels, it becomes an impediment. I know the ministry has reduced the payment for such training, and now is at around 15,000 Kenya shillings. But still, most of our formative groups, and those who are vulnerable, those from the minority, the marginalized, the youth and the women, they still can't afford to pay that money for that training. And yet His Excellency has really been talking about working on ensuring that we create employment, because unemployment is a threat now to this country. I'm asking the nominee, what will be your immediate and short-term intervention to ensure that at least we cushion these affirmative or rather vulnerable groups, that they can acquire this certificate of STCW so that they can be employed in the vessels, the fish vessels, tourist vessel, so that they can earn some employment and assist their families. My second question, Honorable Chair, I'm going to do it in a Kiswahili language. Mheshimiwa nominee wetu wa leo, mara nyingi au mara kadhaa katika taifa letu la Kenya ama serikali yetu ya Kenya, kumekuwa na miradi ambayo inahusu kuchimbwa zaidi kwa bahari. Ile Kiingereza tunaita dredging. Kwa mfano kama mradi wa Lapset, kulifanyika mambo ya dredging, hivyo basi kuathiri wavuvi wetu katika sehemu ile. Katika sehemu ya Dongo Kundu Special Economic Zone, ambapo kutajengwa port itakayoitwa Dongo Kundu Port. Pia kuna mambo ya dredging ambayo yamefanyika ama uchimbwaji zaidi wa bahari. Katika harakati hizi tunapata wavuvi wetu wanaathirika, haswa kwanza ikiwa uvuvi ndio kitega uchumi chao cha kuhakimu katika maisha yao. Na ile fidia ambayo wanapewa huwa ni fidia duni, na wengi pia hiyo fidia pia hawaipati. Na hata sasa kuna kesi ambazo zinaendelea za wavuvi kulilia serikali juu ya fidia kama hizi. Je, iwapo utabahatika kuweza kukubalika kufanya kazi katika wizara hii, utaweza kuweka mikakati gani ama utaweka mbinu gani muafaka kuhakikisha kama taifa tutaangalia wavuvi hawa wetu ambao wengi wao wanatoka katika familia ambazo ni maskini ama katika maeneo ambayo ni maskini. Mwisho kabisa ni sheria za kuwasaidia hawa wavuvi katika wakati wanavua. Ni katika swala hilo mheshimiwa. Unajua mimi natoka sehemu ambazo kuna bahari. So nakuomba msamaha mheshimiwa, nimalize hili la mwisho. Endelea. Wakati mwingi wavuvi wetu wanapovua wanashikwa. Kwa mfano kama wale wa sehemu ya Kwale, sehemu za Lungalunga na Shimoni, wanaambiwa ya kwamba mumepita bahari zaidi, mumefika Tanzania. Wale wa Migingo wanaambiwa sasa nyinyi mumepita Uganda. Yani kunakuwa na zile sintofahamu. na sijui kama kuna mikakati ya kuwa kuna masomo ambayo wanaweza kufunzwa kuelewa hii mipaka, ama kwa Kiingereza territorial boundaries ziko vipi, ndio ya kwamba wasiwe kila mara. Manake mimi kama mjumbe mara kwa mara napigiwa simu, mheshimiwa, tumeshikwa, tulikuwa tunavua, tulikuwa sehemu za gasi, sasa tumeambiwa tumeingia Tanzania, tumeshikwa, tuko huku Tanzania. Swala hili naomba mheshimiwa nominee aweze kutueleza njia ambayo ataweza kusaidia wavuvi wetu katika swala hili zima. Asante sana mheshimiwa mwenyekiti.
Mheshimiwa Mishi, kwa Kiswahili sanifu, huyu ni waziri mteule, sio waziri nominee. Mukami?
Mheshimiwa Spika, nominee ndio hiyo, mteule ni nominee. Yaani umekuwa
wewe ulisema utauliza swali kwa Kiswahili.
Umeteuliwa.
Sasa Kiswahili sanifu ni waziri mteule.
Ali Spika na mfunza Mishi Kiswahili leo.
Leo nafunza Kiswahili.
Yes, Mukami.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to admit that I am really touched with what nominee has said, where he has come from to where he is. And I'm sure, being a Sunday, there are so many people watching, especially youth, and even the media people who are here, that God can bring you from down there to up where he is today. My question is regarding hustlers. Small-scale mining in Kenya employs more than 140 people and supports over 800,000 households. Our workforce times larger than its equivalent in large-scale mining, which employs just 9,000 people. However, several constraints limit its economic potential due to informality, poor health, and safety standards, a shortage of access to geodata, and financial challenges. As Cabinet Secretary, if you are going to be approved, what measures will you implement to elevate the hustlers of artisanal small-scale mining? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Caleb Amisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just like Honorable Mishi, I also wish to state that the nominee before us is been serving as my deputy party leader, as well as my very close friend, so we've interacted a lot, but that will not conflict my role in this very important process. Honorable Speaker, I have two questions to the nominee. One, marine, you are aware that there exist marine resource utilization contracts between Kenya and other fishing powerhouses around the region or even beyond on the use of marine resources. But there have been questions on, number one, the provision of sustainability of these fishing practices, their benefits to Kenya, their long-term management, how public can access those contracts, even the approvals, and potentially, if there exists, the rescinding to the contracts. What do you say about it, if you know about the contracts and how you will make Kenya benefit? And then secondly, Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask this, because in my second term now as a member of parliament, I've served in the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations, where I had an opportunity to vet, I think cumulatively close to 60 ambassadors, high commissioners, consular generals, and state representatives to the international organizations, and the principal secretaries, more than 10. Now, in this committee, I've also had an opportunity to now vet close to almost 30 cabinet secretaries. Cumulatively, these almost 100 senior Kenyans are vetted. They have all promised, very competent, very enthusiastic about their country, charismatic in their own nature, very knowledgeable, highly educated, varied history. Some, they share your history, by the way, some of us have even worse histories, and some have good histories. They have promised all. But for the last 7 years, there is nothing. Nothing, the heaven they promise, I've not even dreamt it. What is this that you possess? What is this 8 wonders of the world that you possess that is going to give me a sigh of relief?
Nominee, answer those. The question from Honorable Shuri actually had been asked by Chungwa and somebody else, but answer that.
So, Mr.
Neglected mine piece.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I had said earlier, this is something we're going to look into, and for the future, to prevent that from happening, we will have to find a way to create some sort of...
You said you'll bond the miners.
Yeah, bond the miners. But that doesn't mean we'll ignore the existing problem. We'll have to just find a solution. We will consult among ourselves and even other government entities. So, Mr. Speaker, Mishi talked about accreditation issue for our seafarers. I really don't think that should be an issue. What I can promise Honorable Mishi is that I, if approved, will embark urgently and immediately to see that we have a seamless process for our young people in Kenya who want to pursue seafaring as a job are facilitated. Government's job is to facilitate, and that we will do. I don't even think that is a policy issue. It's a matter that needs urgent action. And I know between Maritime Authority and Bandari Academy, we should be able to sort that out. So I give you my undertaking that that we will sort it out. There's really no, there cannot be a justification. If someone meets the threshold, they should be certified. And that's something we'll do quickly. Mr. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Mishi ameuliza swali na Kiswahili. Kwanza nataka kujua, sijui kwa nini alikuwa apologetic about it. Kiswahili ni lugha ya taifa. Sasa kulijibu ndio kizungumkuti.
Unaweza kujibu kwa Kiswahili?
Tutapambana. Mimi ni Mswahili. So, Mheshimiwa...
But you know, parliamentary standing orders require that since you studied in English, you must go in English all through.
But Mr. Speaker, then that will be double standard.
I allowed Mishi. I'll give you also the same latitude to answer in Kiswahili. I know Honorable Mishi was playing to the gallery.
No, Mishi, I'm sure on
Chair, it's a valid question.
Valid, and the gallery is equally valid.
That's why I'm representing them.
Honorable Mheshimiwa Mishi anaongea na watu wake wa Likoni na wengineo ambao wanaelewa Kiswahili. So, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwanza uchimbaji wa bahari ni lazima ufanywe kwa njia ya kueleweka na kufahamika. Lazima iwe na utafiti na mipango ya kutosha, kwamba ukichimba kwa ujenzi wa bandari lazima upime mambo ya mazingira kwa kufahamika. Huwezi kuwa utachukua tu kwa sababu unataka kuongeza uwezo wa bandari ama mabehewa makubwa kuingia, uchimbe na uumize mazingira. Hii ni mambo ambayo haiwezekani. So mimi kama
mazingira huharibiwa, haiumizwi. But endelea.
Waswahili waelewa hiyo Mheshimiwa. So hata mimi nimepigwa na butwa vile Kiswahili chake kiko kitamu. So Mheshimiwa Speaker, mazingira lazima yalindwe. Na sababu muhimu ya kulinda mazingira ni kwa sababu mazingira yanasaidia katika eneo la uchumi la wananchi. Na mimi nataka niseme, hata nikimaliza nilikuwa nimeandika pointi 10 ambazo nataka kuzisema, nitakwambia, ambayo naona vile tunafaa twende. Lakini haiwezekani kwamba ubora huu ushinde ubora mwingine zaidi. Lazima kuwe na balance, uwiano na usawa. Yaani tunasema Mheshimiwa Speaker, katika hali yanayofanyika lazima kuwe na uwiano na usawa hasusan katika mapato, na hakuna mimi nafahamu vile pale Mheshimiwa Misha natoka, wavuvi walikoni wakati Dongo Kundu ilikuwa inachimbwa, hata ile terminal mpya ya bandari sahihi, wavuvi wengi walipoteza mapato ya kiuchumi, kwa sababu mchanga ule uliotolewa pale ulitupwa mahali ambao na Mheshimiwa Spika, sijui kama unajua njia ya uzazi wa samaki. Wasamaki wanazaa kwenye mapango kule baharini. Sasa mara tu utakuta mchanga kiwango kikubwa kimekuja ikafinika maeneo ya uzazi wa samaki. So inapunguza sana. Sasa Mheshimiwa Mishi, mimi nataka nikuhakikishie, lazima tuweke mikakati kabambe ya kueleweka na tutathmini hali halisi kabla tukubali mambo ambayo yataumiza wa Kenya kiuchumi. Na tena sio Mombasa peke yake. Lamu, ziwa la Victoria, ziwa la Turkana, Nakuru, Naivasha na kwengineo. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo haya yanachangia pakubwa katika uchumi wa nchi yetu, kiutalii, kiuchukuzi, kimaisha kwa jumla. La mwisho Mr. Speaker, Alamishi alisema mambo ya mipaka, na akasema mambo ya Tanzania na Kenya na Kenya na Uganda Mijungu. Mheshimiwa, mimi naonelea hivi, nchi hii, serikali hii, kwa in the spirits of East Africanism, yani kwa ushirikiano in that spirit ile ya umoja wa East African, lazima tuzungumze mambo ya mipaka kikamilifu. Kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa mbunge katika bunge la 10, Mijungu imekuwa ikizungumza mpaka leo tutazungumza Mijungu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nakumbuka ulivyokuwa waziri wa mambo ya nje ama kigeni, mambo ya nje, Mheshimiwa Daud anichanganya kidogo, sema kigeni, mambo ya nje, ulikuwa unapambana na mambo ya mipaka ya baharini. Na nakumbuka tulisongeza zaidi ya nautical mile 300 na almost.
Tulipima na tukazongesha kutoka mile 200 mpaka 450, na hizo stakabadhi nikazipeleka kwa Umoja wa Mataifa.
Sasa
New York.
Sasa Mheshimiwa, mimi maoni yangu ni kwamba kama nchi ni muhimu tuzungumze kikamilifu mambo ya mipaka, Mijungu, Tanzania, Somalia, Uganda, na popote pale ambapo panatuhusu mambo ya mipaka. Ni muhimu, na umuhimu wake uko wapi? Hiyo utalinda haki za Wakenya wa siku za usoni. Hasa ukisikia kwamba kuna madini, kuna rasilimali, conflict inaanza. So Mheshimiwa Speaker, tutaka tufanye namna hiyo. Mheshimiwa Mukami, you cannot, if you are government or in government, you cannot ignore a sector that employs 140,000 Kenyans. You cannot. That requires us to quickly develop a strategy on how we will sustain them. Those are the people that probably are looking upon us to deliver help. So what do? We need to come up with an actionable strategy on cushioning them, training them, like I said earlier, and creating market for them. So I will work closely. First of all, I will go to them. Mr. Speaker, if this House approves me, the entire first month, I will listen. I will go to every area to listen to the views, to the challenges, and also probably they have and they identify and they know the areas of potential. So I will listen. Once I listen and gather actual data and information, we will develop together with this House a clear action plan to cushion and grow the numbers, because 140, in my opinion, hasn't even met the potential. It can be greater than that. Mr. Speaker, Caleb Amisi asked on marine utilization, sustainability. Number one, I don't think we've even tapped the potential. We've just probably, it's just a scratch on the earth or on the surface. The potential in the maritime utilization is great. But there may be some predicament, Mr. Speaker. And at this point, I want to tell Honorable Caleb, we would work with you at the committee level, but also work with possibly the Attorney General, because we need to develop a clear legal strategy on how we can relook, for example, at the treaties and the conventions and the licenses and the agreements that this country has gotten into. I say this why. Caleb, are you aware that the Kenyan coast is an important corridor for tuna, yellowfin tuna? It is. Are you also aware that our allocation for yellowfin tuna, our quota for yellowfin tuna is 3,000 tons, yet the EU has 76,000. So there are great legal issues, but we must get into them. And therefore, we may need to develop a strategy between this Honorable House, possibly the Attorney General, because there'll certainly be a lot of litigation issues. And therefore, if we do the strategy well, we should be able to address those issues and ensure that, that what is for Kenya remain, what is for Kenyans remain for them. Finally, you asked me if I am going to be, my friend, Caleb, I'm that one that you're looking for. Let me assure you, I'm an action man. Me, I don't like sitting on the desk 24 hours. I must be on the ground. I must understand what people are saying. I must engage them. So for me, I have a plan. This country needs to push mining to contribute more into the economy. This country needs to create employment to the young people. This country needs to involve the young people in decision making and ensure they participate in every process and they feel that this government is theirs. So that cannot be achieved sitting in some office somewhere. We have to be on the ground. So I assure you, I will hit the ground running.
Yes, Mary. Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, yesterday I raised a concern to the outgoing Minister for Mining, and I think it's important that I seek clarification from you, if approved, because you're going to be the person on the seat. There is mining happening at the border of Kenya and Uganda at a place called Amoni in Alupe. The mining is right at the border. And yesterday, the CS confirmed that Samata, they took up, they visited, and they confirmed, and that they have stopped. They're engaging with the neighboring country. What are you going to do about it? And I'm very happy I've heard you saying you will give priority to issues, you will start working, you will not be in the office. And one Kenyan has asked the same question and also has asked about Migingo, but you've already addressed the Migingo. Just tell me about the money. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, a rejoinder on the same, just that, a rejoinder. Mr. Nominee, there's a whole issue in this country about speculation. You know, people assuming this county has this county has that, this region has that. I would like to know whether you would ensure there is a transparent Kenya mineral audit that will allow Kenyans to know what minerals are where and who has mining rights. Because this, especially where I come from the north, the cattle rustling has changed. It's not about cows. It's about land. And there are Kenyans who feel that West Pokot has a certain mineral, Samburu North, Baragoi has a certain mineral, and that is why there is perpetual conflict in those regions, and there are people arming Kenyans in those regions so that there is no peace, so that later in future people will move from that land, and then people are going to come and get the minerals out. It's just like oil. In countries where there's oil, there's conflict, perpetual conflict. And so that's, you know, not having a clarity on where we have minerals in this country breeds that speculation and brings conflict. Asante.
Jeanette, I saw you gesturing like you wanted to have...
I wanted to ask him something, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee, you see why we are here today, Mr. Speaker, vetting the second batch of ministers in the midway of a term of an election. Mr. Speaker, is because of things that Kenyans have complained about. And some of the things Kenyans have complained about is about opulency, arrogancy, and show-off. The nominee is somebody known to me very well, Mr. Speaker. I must share with the committee that. And he's somebody whose God has blessed him as a family and as a person. He's a man who loves fine things of the world. Now you are becoming a CS. What are you going to do?
God's blessings are not limited to people who love fine things of the world.
Yes, but for him, that's how he has enjoyed it.
Yes.
That's what he has enjoyed. So now you are going to become a public servant at very high level. How are you going to define that line of your private life and your public life? Because Kenyans don't want any opulence at the level of the job that you are being interviewed for here.
Thank you, Mr. May I?
Kenyans are not against opulence, they are against show-offs.
Show-offs, yes.
Yes, show-offs. Yes. Yes, George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mining research is not quite prominent in the country, but I'm now informed that some universities have actually started offering courses in mining, and they're doing lots and lots of research. My own university, Tharaka, is doing it. Confirm that if if the House approves you and confirms you, you will actually collaborate with the various universities in the country so that we have better research and better studies, including absorbing those who are studying mining, so that we have local experts. We don't have these foreigners coming from all over pretending to be the experts and cutting away our minerals.
Running out of time, but Kosing?
Mr. Speaker, just one thing, Mr. Speaker, I forgot. Also about fishermen who are being arrested in Lake Victoria, going to Uganda by Ugandan government. What are you going to do about it? They are suffering. Last time, he has answered.
He answered that. Kosing?
I can bring mine later.
Pardon? He will not come back?
No, not for it.
Pardon?
It's not for him.
Okay, it's not for him?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Honorable Speaker.
Nominee, can I beseech members we stop here? We have 4 others waiting. If it's burning, Rahab, I'll give you. If you're asking about your question, it was answered when you were out.
It's not about my question. I was just asking about the gender imbalancing in the fishing industry. What he'll do so that women can be involved.
He said that thousands of women handling fish when it lands on the beaches. I thought? Yes. Pardon? But
Okay.
take the question and answer the honorable member about gender parity in the industry.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, the first issue was by Honorable Imesa on some mining that around the border area that is contested. What I want to tell you is that I've also heard about the same issue, for example, in Moyale County. And I am going to work with members of parliament, governors, very closely to ensure what rightfully belongs to Kenya stays in Kenya. And that opportunity is secured for and on behalf of the people of Kenya. So we'll work very well together. That assurance government is about continuity, and what Mvurya committed, I will take on and move forward with you.
Answer the remaining questions in 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
From Naisula and Junet.
If you could allow me, maybe just from what Junet said, on your declaration of net worth, I see you have valuables and jewelry of a good amount. Maybe you could tell us, amongst those in relation to what Junet was asking about opulence, the show of opulence, as the speaker put it. And I know you've been very active on TikTok. Can you assure the people of Kenya that these valuables and jewelry here will not be part of the things that they will see on TikTok? Because I think that is what annoys Kenyans when they see. And because you are coming into public office, just to be sensitive that Kenyans, as much as you have declared it here, may not want to see those things.
Mr. Speaker, I think what my brother Kimani Ichung'wah is trying to say is referring to what they will see. I'm actually focused on what they've already seen, because it's been there. But what I want to assure this honorable committee, I appreciate certain factors of life. And you must have a balance. You must have a balance. When you're serving the people, you must, first of all, make them feel comfortable. You must make them feel you're one of them. So opulence for me, no. When I am working, I am working. When I'm enjoying myself in my own setup at home, that's fine. That's another story. But when I'm going to the Kenyan people, my dedication is to work for them. And my experience, Mr. Speaker, tells it. I have, thank God, been elected 3 times. 3 times. And I thank God also, for example, you asked of the valuables, jewelries. Largely, I'm talking about watches. And I've been wearing even before I became member of parliament, long before. But I know how to balance. I don't have to wear it so I can show off. For what? What value will it give to anybody? So I enjoy wearing it. Even this morning I was debating, should I wear a watch? Shall I not? Really, and it was a big debate there at home. I said, nitaficha tu kwa hii. I don't have to show it off. I'm sure it is only now you are realizing I was wearing a watch. So, show off for me there's no way I'm going to show off, Mr. Speaker. That I can assure you. Mr. Mheshimiwa Naisula. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. On the question of Mheshimiwa Naisula, on matters speculation, that must be addressed, and urgently, because it denies Kenya an opportunity.
You largely touched on it.
Yes, but I want to talk about one important thing, and I see a great opportunity. I think, Mheshimiwa Waigara, you asked on Murigara. Sorry.
Murugara.
Murigara. George, Sir George, on your question on training for mining, how do we achieve, for example, how do we attain 10% contribution GDP? We must do what other countries did, train our people. There's also an opportunity. If you went to some countries, you will see a mining bank, a bank that focuses only on mining. Yes. So for us to achieve all that, real work must be done. And I want to assure you, it begins with capacity building. We must train the people. So, Mr. Speaker, on Junet, it's again opulence and show off banner. I don't need to show off. What you have, you have. What you don't, you don't. And you should be cautious of others. You should be cautious of others.
We should end there. Showing off actually is a sign of inferiority complex.
But I wanted to end with the one comment on Junior. I heard him yesterday say something. I heard him say that being rich is not a crime. And also I heard him say, I don't know whether Kimani Ichung'wah shared his audited account. I heard him say Kimani Ichung'wah is worth 5 billion shillings. So, brother...
Kimani contested that he had understated
that's what I heard yesterday.
Yes.
I mean, I saw it on TV somewhere. So I end here, Mr. Speaker. So I had a formal, like a point plan, Mr. Speaker.
But Speaker, you must tell the nominee, just like him, I don't show off.
In fact, nobody can tell that you are worth anything.
Mr. Speaker, and that must be the culture in Kikuyu constituency.
Nominee, we are coming to an end. Naisula has asked me to remind you to respond to the issue of your public statement never to talk to your appointing authority. Although I told you that only fools don't change their mind, but in Naisula I would want the public to hear from you.
Sasa, Naisula, do you want to repeat the statement for me? Hatuwezi ongea? How?
Let me say this.
No, I understand.
No, but let me say this for clarity, Chairman. You know, apart from asking questions during vetting for competence, what you understand about mining and all, we also vet the temperament of a nominee, the same way you've been asked about lifestyle. It's neither here or there, really. But even temperament of a nominee is very important because it shows your leadership skills. Initially you thought this, and now you're here. There's really nothing wrong with answering how you're going to relate with His Excellency the President when you're working.
Excellent.
So, Mr. Speaker, if I may quote, the statement went like, mimi nionge na Ruto nini? Mimi niende wapi na Ruto? Mr. Speaker, hakuna mtu ameeleza vizuri kukuliko. Mpumbavu peke yake ndo abadilishe mawazo. Mtu mpumbavu. Pili, hii ni clarion call to serve the country. I have been a great critic of this government, like others I did before. Now I've been given an opportunity. An opportunity has been availed to me to come and create that difference that I've been talking about all this time. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. Bring new energy, new ideology, new thinking, because after all of us are serving one nation, one people.
Well put.
That will do. Other members, now nominee, we are coming to an end. Most of the people, members of the public sending in questions, all oscillate around what will you do to create safety in the mines? What will you do to protect the population from disused mines? What will you do to protect our fishermen from harassment by neighbors? What will you do to make it safe for our fishermen to handle their produce or their products when they come back? And what will you do to make mining part of the central core of Kenya's economy? These are all things we have talked about, but the public would want to hear that we brought to you what they wanted. There is one man from Kwale who says, uliza waziri mteule, ngoja kidogo, ataweka mikakati gani kuhakikisha kituo cha mafunzo cha uchumi zamawati kilichoko wadi ya Ngomeni, kaunti ya Kwale, kinakamilika kwa muda unaofaa. I think the next, I'll still ask you or say one or two things. we want you to assure Kenyans, nominee, that if you find favor and you are appointed the minister, within what period will you be able to make Kenyans feel the benefits and the contribution of mining to our economy? We are a major agricultural country. So is a country like the US. But in the US, agriculture contributes only 1% to their GDP. In Kenya, it is the complete opposite. And they do that because they are in manufacturing, in mining, value addition, and all those good economic activities. Secondly, ensure that Kenyans participate in this exciting new economic venture. Assure Kenyans that you are not going to be, if approved, to be working for international conglomerates to come to Kenya, appear to be generating economic activities but taking away all our wealth. We want to see mining being part of the central feature of our economy. Thirdly and lastly, for the seafarers and those who are now going to work on international ships, you may consider, because most of those seafarers will work in ships of major shipping and maritime countries: Korea, China, Spain, and others. You may consider, and Germany you talked earlier, to introduce basic language courses at our college in Mombasa in these languages, so that when they graduate, they have a basic knowledge of German, of Korean, or Chinese, or Mandarin, or whatever. Thirdly and lastly, you may also consider sometimes if a seafarer goes to a Spanish shipping line and produces a certificate that's a collaboration between our college and some college in Spain, it gives confidence to those who are employing. So you may consider partnering our institution with as many other institutions worldwide as possible to ease the process of our youths getting certificates and being considered for employment. Finish those, then I come to...
Can I say one from a Kenyan speaker?
Oh, there is a, okay,
one
yes.
from Kenyan.
Yes.
From West Pokot.
West Pokot.
Yes, he's saying, don't forget to tell Joho, this is a guy of late 30s, he's working and he's in school. He just finished Form 4 the other day and got a D+. So he's saying, don't forget to tell Joho your motivation to many of us, like me in West Pokot, to pursue my education studies.
Yes, before you answer, there is also somebody who said, I am really shocked that Governor Joho has 2 degrees. Kenyans know he has never been to school. This is some lady from somewhere. Now go on and answer.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing she didn't write is that I'm an alumni of Harvard University. And I'm grateful that we could inspire someone. And this is a message I want to tell the young people of this country. Please never lose hope. Never give up. There is always a way out. It requires determination, focus, commitment.
Answer those now.
And a little bit support. I'm just saying that because I felt encouraged that someone may take a path of changing his life. Mr. Speaker, I began by saying we need to relook at the architecture of our training programs. Do they conform to the needs? How do we tap in? How is it that we, first of all, are only tapping into just under 0.2% of the demand? So we would probably redesign the entire training program. And then, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. The urgent need of collaboration between teaching institutions. We will begin by pursuing partnership between the local universities, and the government institutions, and also will encourage that we have an international conversation of getting more affiliate universities to join in. Mr. Speaker, the young brother from Kwale said that there's an institution that is to be completed at Wa Ward in Kwale. I have been to Wa in Ngomeni I know Ngomeni well. I've been there, and I want to assure him that I will go. For me, I will visit them, and I'll make sure that the projects that have begun come to a conclusion. And then, Mr. Speaker, we talked about what else? Kenyans participating in mining. Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. In Mombasa, when there was a debate on concessions, for example, I heard Kenyans saying one thing. If government wants to raise money, tell us. We can come together, 5 of us, 10 of us, and create good equity, good capital, in billions. There is that capacity. We know people that are having billions of shillings in banks. What may be the problem? Maybe they don't have the information of what the country holds. Maybe they've never understood the potential. So it will be my responsibility to pass knowledge to Kenyan people of what we have and where the opportunities may be. Some mining operations is not very expensive, Mr. Speaker. It's not excavator, 1 or 2, 3, 4 trucks. Kenyans can do that. And I will encourage them. But I think the disconnect here is they do not know. It is all speculative. Everybody is just speculating. We have lithium here, we have copper there, we have gold here, we have coal here. So we will ensure that we pass on the information so that Kenyan people can participate. Finally, Mr. Speaker, you talked about our economy being driven by agriculture. Let me assure you, if approved, the journey we will embark on immediately is to turn that around so that agriculture grows, mining either catches up or surpasses even agriculture. It is there in other countries. So you can't depend on one sector for, we have depended really on agriculture for far too long. It's time we diversify. I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I was going to answer something in a...
We'll get there. Of the many nominee memoranda we received, you answered all of them adequately except these 2. A nominee, a Kenyan by the name Vincent Kipkoech. I mentioned the name because it's part of the documentation. The nominee's farm has been implicated in shillings 5.9 billion grain facility case at Mombasa Port. That one you didn't respond to. So if you have a response so that we complete the record. And the next one is there is an organization called Haki Yetu in Mombasa. I believe you probably know it. They say they went to court, obtained a court order for you to avail some documents to them, served you with the order, and you refused to give them the documents. And this was in relation to affordable housing.
Okay.
Those 2.
Mr. Speaker,
you answered everything correctly and satisfactorily. You can respond to those 2 to complete our record.
Mr. Speaker, I know the organization really well, Haki Yetu. I haven't checked, but I suspect that letter is signed by someone called Maimuna. Is it? Huh?
Correct.
Correct, right? Mr. Speaker, there's a tendency that...
Munira Ali Omar.
Munira Omar, I know, and of course my great friend Father Dolan is doing quite some good work. But number 1, I've never seen or received any orders that compels me to give information. 2, I believe public information should not necessarily be accessed through court processes. Someone should be able to walk into government office and get information. Number 1,
Article 35 of the Constitution.
So I have not received any orders. But my current governor would, I'm sure, I'll place a call to him. He'll be happy to share the information.
Grain bulk?
Grain bulk, Mheshimiwa, sorry, Honorable Speaker. I said earlier.
It's not grain bulk, it's grain facility. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my family, like I said earlier, is in the business of logistics. So what my family wants to do as a business, or plans to do, is to build on our land, on our own family land, a grain handling facility. For far too long, there's just been one. So there's been a monopoly of grain handling in Kenya. So we've been pursuing this venture of building another, as a family, nothing to do with government. Mheshimiwa, so that, Honorable Speaker, so that I come out clear, there's not a penny government is putting. There is nothing government is doing in that project. It's private equity project, sitting on private land. The only thing that that setup would do is get a license on way leave so that they can get access to remove the grain from the vessel onto the facility. So we did not lose, as a family, 5.9 billion contract. We are actually going to inject 5.9 billion investment into the economy.
Before I give you to say what you want to say as you exit, have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report?
Not that I know of.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party? In your self-declaration, you say you are the deputy party leader of Orange Democratic Party.
That I resigned. I remain only a member of the party. I don't hold any leadership position.
What is your net worth?
My net worth is, let me just be sure. Where is that document? Where is it?
Is on pay. Your assistant should be assisting you on this.
No, just use this one. I found it. Okay. Mr. Speaker, my net worth is 2,361,332,249.
Made out?
Largely by developed and undeveloped properties, which include my homes in Mombasa, Vipingo, Nairobi, and Malindi. Shareholding in some property holdings. Shareholding in family businesses. Valuables, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah referred to them as jewelry, but it's just basically watches. And cash at bank.
Okay. We have checked your documents against what we have, and we have found them in order. And also you did respond to more than we received 74 memoranda on you. You responded to all of them except the 2 that you have now responded to. Now you can have 1 minute.
Speaker,
yes.
Before he concludes on the net worth, it would be good, and this is in his interest, because he has severally referred to family businesses. This net worth is Ali Hassan Joho, not the family.
This is just my shares. Family is definitely...
Much more.
I wish it was my own wealth. For a moment, Mr. Speaker, I wish it was my wealth, but that is now my share.
Yes, so go ahead and say what you wanted to say so that we go to the next nominee.
Mr. Speaker, while I was preparing myself, I came with an idea of developing a 10-point plan that I think would be useful to enhance how we can quickly grow this industry, because it is a powerful industry in our economy that is untapped, and employment. So I came, number 1, complete digitization of the ministry processes. Number 2, stakeholders' involvement and public participation. Number 3, blue economy regulatory framework. Number 4, an urgent review of the Mining Act to conform into the demands of the moment and secure Kenyans. Number 5, enhanced community development agreements. Number 6, international maritime organizations representation, capacity building for deep sea fishing. Number 8, improved licensing processes. Number 9, sustainability standards and certification. And finally, encouraging public-private participation. I thank you.
Those are your KPIs, key performance indicators.
And I thought I should share them.
We have come to an end in you, and you are now released unless you are lawfully held here. Take your documents with you. Sergeant, can you escort the nominee out of the chamber? Have a good day. Honorable members, 10 minutes for preparation for the next nominee. Yes, yes, absolutely. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Welcome to this committee. You are Dr. Alfred Nganga Mutua, AGH.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That's for the record. Welcome to this committee. For purposes of this hearing, we'll be referring to you as nominee, not by your official name. This is a committee of parliament on appointments. You're one of those few who are lucky to appear before this committee twice in 2 years or in less than 2 years. We are here to engage you and assess your suitability to serve as Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. You'll engage members. You are known to almost everybody here, but the proceedings will be without fee or favor. And we expect when we start, you answer all the questions precisely and concisely so that we can save a bit of time. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly and the chairperson, as some people call me, but I'm the chairman of this committee. With me is my Deputy Speaker, Gladys Boss, and the clerk to the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. I'll invite members to introduce themselves for the record as well. Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
David Kosing, Poko South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP North Imenti, Meru County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, Saku.
Abdishuria Balambala.
Bishimpoko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri.
And I'm Caleb Amisi Saboti.
Mary Emase, Teso South.
Nominee will now be invited to take an oath. We'll conduct these proceedings with you having taken oath. We have the holy books, we have the Bible, the Holy Quran, and the Gita. I think that is the Hindu holy book. Which one do you want to swear with? So you may be upstanding, take the Bible in your right hand and recite the oath. Switch on the other mic as well. So, good.
I, Alfred Nganga Mutua, do swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. May take your seat and sign to the oath. We will start off with a brief introduction of yourself. Tell us your name, your educational background, your work experience, your key competences that you believe make you suitable for appointment to the position to which you have been proposed or nominated. In under 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I'm very, very happy to be here and to be given this opportunity. My name is Alfred Nganga Mutua, born in Machakos, Masii, and educated in Machakos and in the counties of Nairobi. I'm a holder of a doctorate in communication and media and also a Master's of Science in Communication and a Bachelor's in Journalism. I have worked in Kenya in media houses as a journalist. I've worked various organizations overseas, also in Australia and in the US. I served as a foreign correspondent, served as an assistant professor. I was blessed to be the first government spokesperson of the Republic of Kenya, and also blessed to be the first governor of the great county of Machakos. And I'm grateful to His Excellency, the President William Ruto, for appointing me into his cabinet and reappointing me and nominating me again for reappointment for a second time. And I'm quite happy about that. I want to say that service has always been at the forefront of everything that I do. And I've always been known to be one who believes in action and not just words. When His Excellency the President appointed me to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he gave me an opportunity for me to understand his thinking and understand the placement of Kenya in the bigger circle of where we are and where we are going as a country and the challenges that we face. I am grateful to the President that he has seen it fit to give me an opportunity to understand government by also taking me to the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, where I was able to combine the experience I had out there of how tourism has been able to grow. And I was able to get into the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife and reactivate a sleeping giant, because we need to provide employment to our people, and that is one of the low-hanging fruits. As a result, the numbers of tourism, we set up structures that we expect that by the end of this year we'll be looking at about 3 million visitors arriving into this country, if not more, with a trajectory of 5 million within another year and a half. We're also able to deal with issues of human wildlife compensation that had become a big problem by actually launching a new scheme, which was launched by the President, and paying out about 1 billion shillings to people who have been waiting forever, and I've put in systems so that more people could be paid. We're able to fence by fighting corruption many places. When I got into the ministry, I found that they were fencing to keep animals away from people at a cost of about 3 million a kilometer. 3 million a kilometer. And with 300 million that I had, I looked around, I did my research, and I realized that the government was being conned. So we were able to advertise, and we brought down to a reserve price of maximum of 850 million a kilometer for the same standard of wiring. And as a result, instead of only 100 kilometers with 300 million, we are now looking at close to 400 million. And after discussions with the President, when he was launching the fencing program, we agreed that it is possible to bring the cost down to 650. So we're able to do many, many things in terms of human wildlife conflict, build dams, and other projects that will continue. And I believe I left the ministry at a good trajectory. I am quite grateful that the President has seen it fit to nominate me for the Ministry of Labor. And I think I understand why. Because when I was traveling as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, the issues of bilateral trade labor agreements and being able to secure employment for our people overseas and also grow the economy by bringing in business processing into our country were critical. And I understand the market. And having served also as a governor of Machakos, who can move quickly and bring results, I understand why the President appointed me into this position. We had the crisis of Gen Zs lately, whereby people were on the streets, and the main issue was employment. And we have to create an enabling environment. And I believe that I'm in a position, because of my history and service, to be able to create an environment that will grow jobs across many sectors in government, and also be able to help our people realize skills that they can work either here or overseas. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, is to say that from the time you exit the labor ward to the time you are ready to enter the labor market, we want to set up systems to ensure that you do not fall through the cracks. As I conclude, the issue of social protection are important. We have very many people in this country that are poor, that are suffering, that are losing hope. We have many children that are in despair. we have many systems that we've been talking about for the last 60 years. And I have ideas that we will discuss as we continue of how we can change how things are done to ensure that our people do not fall through the cracks. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, nominee. I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question.
Dr. Mutua, as you know, His Excellency the President has been at the forefront of promoting labor migration as a way of dealing with unemployment. And also secondly, because migrant workers bring a significant contribution to our economy through their remittances. And then you have also been Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs. So we'd like to know how you leverage on those contacts that you made to be able to promote this. But before you proceed, and while you're at it, I'd like you to elaborate on two issues that have tainted your image. One is that you are closely associated to a Miss Judith of First Choice Employment Agency. There are clips of you introducing her to the president, and she's known, and it's even come to parliament. There are petitioners from Uasin Gishu County, whom she owes millions of shillings and has impoverished many young people in Uasin Gishu because she conned them out of their money. And this is in the public domain, so please explain to us that you will not fall prey, if confirmed, to this issue. Number two, you also had another incident in Canada where you met a public senior government official informally. It was not a formal meeting, informally, and had informal discussions. But when you came back to Kenya, you announced in the media that you have secured an agreement with Canada so they can recruit Kenyans. And thereafter, it was denied by the Canadian government. In fact, the Canadian government ended up spending 2 weeks at the Kenyan embassy to train Kenyans on what to say, the ones at the embassy in Ottawa, on how to behave and the things that are official and not official. So please explain to us those and tell the people of Uasin Gishu how they'll get their money back. Thank you.
Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boss, for your questions. Let me start from the very beginning. One of the things that I want to do in terms of labor migration is ensure that we have agreements. The challenge we have is that people, when they go outside this country, they go as by themselves. And at times they get abused and they don't get the right rates that they should. This is because of bilateral labor agreements. We have only signed 4, which were signed even before this government got into place. And we have another pending 16, 17. My move is to get close to 30, if not 50 bilateral labor agreements by going through the hoops. I have been able to do a bit of research, and the problem is the bureaucracy that we have within our government system. By working with my colleagues, and I'll bring it up to cabinet if appointed, if pass the vetting by this house, is to ensure that we break the bureaucracy so that we can move faster in terms of processing bilateral labor agreements so that we can be able to get into that. Now, when it comes to the issues that you mentioned of a lady called Judith, I tend to remember that we had a function at KICC where we had different stands. And the stand of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora was next to the stand of Ministry of Labor. And I'd never met this lady in my life. But she was the one who was showcasing what the Ministry of Labor, I was not the minister then, was showcasing the program that they had of what was happening. And when the president came, we were told to combine the two issues of labor because of diaspora at that time. And I was there with my PS and others, so I was introducing the president to the people who were presenting. And if you watch the clip, I didn't even know her name, and she introduced herself. That was the only time that I ever met her, and after that meeting, I've never met her again. So I don't have any conflict of interest. I saw her stories later on about her, and those are things that, you remember when I was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'd even called a meeting to discuss these issues of rogue, employment agencies, and we'll come to, it's an issue that I'll be dealing with squarely.
So from you have an undertaking that you'll ensure that the people of Uasin Gishu who lost over 100 million shillings will get them, you'll investigate and get their money back?
I'll give an undertaking that I will ensure that the rule of law is applied, and if anybody has to return monies according to the rule of law, we'll make sure we follow the process so that people get their rights, because it is wrong for people to lose their money through con organizations. With that. Now, the issue of Canada is what I would call mischief. When I went to Canada, I had official meetings, not unofficial meetings. And we had an agreement. When I got to Kenya and announced what we had agreed on, immediately an organization, a fake, so-called fake organization that was promising Kenyans jobs and charging them jobs, put out a notice of providing employment to Kenyans. The Canadians were not responding to me. They were responding to that fake announcement to show that clearly that fake announcement quoting the Canadian government was not theirs. It was not an agreement between the two countries. Because of all that, I even had a call from my counterpart at the time from Canada to apologize for the mix-up, because the way the Kenyan media, and it was just basically, they were very clear. It was one of the newspapers, a journalist took it and twisted it.
You or your counterpart? Who was apologizing?
My counterpart called me to apologize that this had been mistaken, had been taken out of context. And to explain to me that that was not the intent of the statement that they issued. Actually, they were supporting the agreement and the discussions that we had about fighting fake people who have been misleading Kenyans all over, quoting the government of Canada, to say that they were not aware of that issue. And we're able to sort out that issue and move on and be able to actually establish systems, which I can discuss later on, about getting seasonal workers to go to these countries.
So what is the position with Canada now? See, when you left the ministry, what was the position on that point, on migrant workers?
The position of Canada now is that one of the bilateral labor agreements that I'll be following up is that Canada does not sign bilateral labor agreements as a nation with countries, but the provinces, according to their law, are the ones that sign agreements. And what we had agreed about was about getting seasonal workers for Canada. Canadians are looking for seasonal workers so that during the summer, you can go there, you can work for six months or so, and then go back to your country. They already have many seasonal workers from lots of South American countries, from the Philippines and even other Asian countries, but they don't have many or any from our country. So that is something that is still in process, and it is quite exciting because I got information from some colleagues and some friends from Canada when I was nominated for this position, saying at last now we can revive the conversation and continue from where it was left.
Before the next question, your documents that you came with should be handed, Sergeant, to the clerk to verify with what we have on you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS, I'll just start my question from where you stopped on Canada, because then you are foreign minister now, you've been nominated to be the Minister for Labor. And the issue that you had then was a labor issue, basically. I'd want to hear what are you going to do to now actualize not just that Canadian program, but we have since we established the National Employment Authority that has a system that is called the National Employment Authority Integrated Management System, that was created to be a portal where Kenyans, young Kenyans who are looking for jobs, can be able to access jobs even in the diaspora. This portal is there, but basically because of what has now been viewed as very poor communication by government, many Kenyans don't access the jobs that are advertised there. There are some who you hear complain that the jobs that are there are low-cadre jobs in the Middle East and elsewhere, but not the kind of jobs that quite a number of our well-educated workforce is looking for. So I want to hear now, you, if approved as Minister for Labor, what are you going to do to ensure, one, that this portal has more professional and higher cadre jobs, but also Kenyans are aware and you create awareness to Kenyans on how to access jobs using this portal and other fora that you may create as Minister for Labor. And having served as government spokesperson, probably this is your opportunity now to engage with the young people, create jobs, and be able to show them how to apply for those jobs.
The next, Unit.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question to the nominee is, the less than 2 years now, you have traveled a lot in terms of changes from one ministry to another. You started from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then you went to the Ministry of Tourism, and now you are here to be vetted for the Ministry of Labor. In a brief manner, can you share with us what you have achieved in the Ministry of Foreign and the Ministry of Environment, no, this other one, Tourism, because it will inform us what's ahead of you.
Let's take Naisula as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Mutua, on 1st of March 2023, when you were the Cabinet Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, you made a very important communication through a note verbal, where you informed diplomatic and consular missions, UN, and other international organizations in Kenya, that it was agreed in the interest of efficiency that the missions may communicate directly with departments, different ministries in the country. And you know now, even in the Ministry of Labor, you'll be dealing still with other countries. It is important for you to share with this committee and also Kenyans what informed your decision then, because normally we know that they write directly to the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, but now they could write directly to other ministries and departments. And the last question that I had is that how do you plan to handle the perennial industrial unrest in most sectors? For example, health, because you, as much as it is in health, you will play a critical role as the CS of Labor, that is in case you are approved and confirmed as the CS of Labor.
Mini, you can answer those three.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Majority Leader Honorable Shungwa, thank you very much about the National Employment Authority. And it is true, they have a website that many people do not know about. I've been in government for very long. I've never even looked at that website. And you know the old adage that if you wink at somebody in the dark, you're the only one who knows you're winking. And that is exactly what has been happening. The Kenyans who are looking for work, Mwananchi who is looking for work, has not really known about this portal and what is available. So one of the first things that I'm going to undertake is to have a good marketing campaign to ensure that Kenyans know about the opportunities that are there. Kenyans do not want handouts. Kenyans want to be given opportunities. They want to know where you can get their skills. They want to know how to apply for jobs. They want to know where the opportunities are. And because there's a mistaken idea that the jobs out there that are available are only jobs for house helps. Whereas when I did a bit of research and I looked at the available jobs in the countries like Australia, Germany, Italy, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Turkey, US, Canada are looking for people, and they are ready to employ Kenyans in various areas. For example, the international community are asking for about 11,200 jobs of drivers. If you can drive, they're looking for drivers. But we have to be a ministry that is able to take the person who is looking for the work and connect them with the employer and teach them also how to get those jobs. I know what kind of documents do you need to get those jobs. They are looking for another 8,400 domestic drivers. They are looking for hotel workers. We've got about 3,000, nearly close to 3,000 people in beauty. If you've done beauty, to work in a spa, to be able to do nails. They're looking for those young people to be able to go to Canada and other countries. Also in firefighting, in all the different areas, baristas, in heavy truck drivers, construction workers. If you're a mason, if you know how to do carpentry, you know, Australia is looking for you. So we are going to make sure that people are able to know that regardless of the field you are in, nurses, doctors, people are looking for Kenyans to be able to work. So as you wait for the economy to grow, because our job is not to send people out of the country, we have to also grow jobs here. As you wait for our economy to grow, in the meantime, do not give up hope. We are going to make sure that we connect you to available opportunities and also help you gain the right skills so that you can be able to get to those jobs. Honorable Jeanette, you asked a question about moving from one to the other. The other day, I was thinking about my good late friend, Honorable John Michuki, who quickly served in the Ministry of Communication and Transportation, as it was called then, and then transited to Ministry of Interior, and then very quickly to the Ministry of Environment. And when I look at the thinking behind the president moving me from one ministry, is because that I move in, and in a very chap-chap manner, I'm able to enact processes that are able to grow the system. For example, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I was able to sort out an all-standing issue of deployment. You know, for a long time, people felt that they are deployed according to who knows who. I set up a system so that if you're in the service, you know that when your time comes, you don't need to know the minister, you don't need to know the PS, that automatically you fall into place to bring a sense of fairness. I was also able to work to get a lot of MOUs that had pended to be quickly worked on and to move faster so that we can get into all these agreements so that people can be able to move faster. I was able to also work closely with the president to prepare for trips that were not mainly just diplomatic in nature, but were also very economic in nature, because it's all about getting other people's money to come to our country, bringing money to our country. And I was at the forefront negotiating for companies to come and open factories here in this country. When I moved to the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, I quickly looked at where do we get our tourists from? Why are we losing tourists to other people? And by meeting all the stakeholders, I've set up a system where we are concentrating on markets like the African market and other markets that can give us the numbers that we need and the money that we need. I also, by looking at reorganization of how Kenya Tourist Board does its things, is to focus on Kilifi, Narok, Taveta, Laikipia, Makueni, Kitui, Kilifi, Narok, Taveta, Laikipia, Makueni, Kitui, Busia. I was in Bungoma, Mombasa, Kiambu, just to mention but a few. I went across this country, and I was still going around this country to look at new tourism circuits so that tourists can keep on coming. I had a very big plan, which I hope my colleague, which I've talked to her, she can continue. And that is transforming our coastal area to be the entertainment zone for the continent of Africa, to be the Miami of Africa, to be the Riviera of Africa, so that people who are landlocked in the continent and others can come just to have a good time at our coastal area, enjoy our culture, and be able to move on. On the final question by Honorable Lesuda about the note verbal, this was done not just by myself, but an agreement after cabinet discussions of how we could cut down the bureaucracy. Because you look at, for example, the amount of money that we get as grants and loans from foreign nations, and the amount of money that we spend of those monies, we are only absorbing 25 to 30%. So here we are crying out that we don't have money for development. Yet close to 70% or 65% plus of the monies from donor countries are unspent. Why? Because of bureaucracy. By the time the process goes between an ambassador to come and see a minister for this activation to go from the Ministry of Finance and back, it takes forever. So the idea was, can we speed up? But it was not just a blanket where a minister, an ambassador would wake up and just walk into the office of a minister. No, no, no. You talk to the minister, but you also communicate to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And when the minister was approached by an ambassador, they communicate to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and during their meeting, there would be an officer sent from the Minister of Foreign Affairs to sit in that meeting to take notes. What it was cutting was that direction of note verbal. A letter comes from my office, it goes to the, or comes from an ambassador, goes to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the protocol division, spends a day or 2 days there as it's being sorted, goes to the relevant team, it's sent to the ministry takes 2-3 days before the minister sees it, the minister works on it, it comes back, the dates are wrong, and then now it goes back that you need new dates. It can take 2 weeks just to book an appointment of 30 minutes. But when they talk among them, you say, no, I can't make it tomorrow, can we make it next Wednesday? 2 minutes, they have agreed on a date to meet, to make sure that things are moving forward. I submit.
Chairman, there's a question is not answered on the industrial, the strikes, the health, I gave that as an example, but also on what he has said on the note of verbal, the same thing, Chairman, you've been saying about communication. When that was not communicated well, that it was to cut bureaucracy, it sent scares out there, people wondering whether just an officer at any department can now communicate directly with an embassy. So that's what has come out clearly here about communicating what you would like to do.
And I totally concur with you, Honorable Lesuda. It's about communication. But there's a lot of pushback because people like the comfort of doing things the same way. And people don't like to see change. So there's a bit of pushback, a lot of propaganda by people who thought now that their clout will diminish without looking at the bigger picture of trying to get our economy moving forward. But I totally agree. The final question on the perennial labor disputes. I bring experience as having served as a governor for 2 terms in Machakos, where we had issues of labor disputes. And I realized that majority of these labor disputes and the strikes occur because the problems are led to fester from a small pimple to a gangrenous leg that has to be cut off. And my technique will be setting up a system whereby they'll be tracking and knowing the kind of problems there are in the industry, such that people, when the problem starts, we can intervene early. Because the Ministry of Labor has only been intervening at the end, when people are already on the streets. We need to intervene even before a strike notice is issued. We'll be studying the landscape and like radar, looking at where is the problem, so that we can approach and try to have dispute resolutions done when the problem is still small. But Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, we must realize that I want to speak having served in government for about 20 years now, thanks to God. A lot of problems, for example, with the medical fraternity when they go on strike, and they went on strike when I was the governor, even nursing, is because some of the fundamental human rights issues that need to be taken care of are not taken care of. It's usually not even the issue of big salaries. It's a welfare. It's a way of operations. It's the comfort level. It's the way they are empowered. Let's take, for example, when I go to Machakos, it was quite sad that you find that doctors would be treating somebody who has medical insurance, and that person is under their care, and yet when the doctor's child or spouse or himself or herself got ill, they didn't have medical insurance. So it is correcting some of those employment issues. And one of the things that I want to do is look at enforcement of the Employment Act to ensure that we give workers the benefits that they deserve according to the law, because when workers are work in a good environment, it increases productivity. Productivity means growth. Growth means more employment opportunities for our people. I submit.
Robert Mbui, Owen Baya, and George Morugara, in that order.
Thank you.
One thing, Mr. Speaker, so that I don't lose it, on something that Honorable Lesuda asked on that not verbal.
Yes.
I just want to tell this committee that the nominee is not factual. It's totally inaccurate.
Challenge him.
But one is that not verbal was the most unfortunate decision that has ever been made in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. To delegate their core mandate was wrong. And that thing was reversed immediately. The Prime Cabinet Secretary came into office. It was wrong.
Was it the most unfortunate not verbal?
Yes, and I respect Honorable Nelson Kipkoech and the perspective that he has given. And I was chair of the Foreign and Diaspora and Defense Committee, and we had discussions about this issue quite a few times. And it was a government policy that was passed at the time. And it fit the bill at that particular time, and it served its end at that particular time. And the good thing is that I know that, government looks at opportunities that are given and changes that are there, and you alter them according to the times and the lessons that are learned. I submit.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is about the cash transfer program for older and vulnerable persons that was started in 2007, and the purpose was to provide regular and predictable cash transfers to those older and vulnerable people identified in those deserving households. Now, unfortunately, that has not been successful because there's constant delays. Now, I want to point out 2-3 things. One is that there has been shifting goalposts over the period. At the beginning, when I was elected in 2013, there were issues of the banks that they would get their money from. Later on, it shifted to M-Pesa, I don't know, SACCOs. And every time there is a change, it of course interferes with all those people that collect this money. Secondly, there is an issue of onboarding all people that qualify, because the minute the government says that people of a certain age are supposed to get it, there is also those who are of that age that do not qualify and their names are not picked up and they also don't get the money. And thirdly, there is the issue of interference by county governments. I'll give an example of Machakos County when you were governor. In 2013, when the national government was picking names of those that would qualify to be given money, the county government also collected names at the same time. And those that were collected at county government obviously never got the money because there was no capacity. How would you handle those things given this docket?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to address this question to our nominee on labor disputes. Nominee, this country loses billions of shillings because of labor disputes and strikes and such things. But the unfortunate thing that has always happened in government is we wait until a labor dispute comes, we see it looming, and nobody takes action until people give notice. They give 3 notices, and people go on strike and disrupt labor and productivity in the country. The Ministry of Labor has a mandate to preempt strikes, to have a discussion with human capital to ensure that we don't get into situations like that. Like when KQ had its strike, it was devastating to the economy. But we had a minister in charge, and there wasn't much that was done until now it came to threats, to courts and all that. But at that particular time, the country is grounded. How do you intend to be different such that this ministry is useful in terms of ensuring that this is not a country that chases away investors because of labor disputes? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, unfair labor practices, very common in our country. The labor and employment courts are actually flooded with all these cases where we just don't do it right. You are going to be the custodian of government policy as regards employment. One of the most unfair labor practices in the country is for the government to take interns, young people on internships. 1 year after that, they are let to go. And yet those government departments soon thereafter start advertising for positions, and we also know that people go on retirement, natural attrition. Would you be bold enough to advise the government that these interns should actually be the first port of call for the government in matters employment? And as we speak, they are looming strikes because of the first 5 or 6 cohorts who have been released.
Nominee, you can answer those 3.
Thank you very, very much. Let me start with Honorable Mbui on the issue of Inua Jamii. I think the challenge we've had with Inua Jamii is that, and I've done my research, is that people have tried to be creative, and it is now improving, but it's an old syndrome. and that's where we have devolution, whereby you are giving 2,000 shillings to an old grandmother, and you want that grandmother to travel from the small village in the middle of nowhere and go for 100 kilometers to the county headquarters to get the money. But this eventually went down further, even to M-Pesa and other systems. And my study is that we are still not being able to get to the ground completely, to the people who are most deserving. And one of the things that I'll do is work closely with the county governments and also with the national government system to go to the village-based system, not only for identifying the people who deserve the Inua Jamii funds, but also to collect data of the ones who exit, but also on the payment module. Why should I spend 300 shillings to travel to get my money or to the nearest M-Pesa place, because some of these old people don't have the M-Pesa monies, and then travel back, with the same money. So I'm going to find a system of getting the money to the people at their doorstep, more or less, in a progressive manner. As you know, we already have about close to 1.8 people in the system, and looking at how we can get
1.8 million or 1.8 people? 1.8
million beneficiaries, people, and now we want to move it to, according to what has been discussed in the cabinet I served in, close to 2.5, and continue to onboard them. But I'm also concerned, Mr. Speaker, about the classification of people who are suffering from various disabilities, because the monies don't go to the disabled person, they go to the household. And so you find that many disabled people fall through the cracks. If you've got one or two members of a family, then that becomes one unit. And furthermore, the disabled even have at times higher challenges than the abled. And we may need to be fair in this country and see what we can do to give them slightly more money compared to what we have. Initially, everything was pegged on the US dollar. It was supposed to be $20 US, but with how the economy has grown now, they are getting 12 to 15 US dollars, not the original 20 that was thought of when you look at the inflation and the changes that are there. So this is an issue that is very close to me. The question about Machakos, I think there was maybe a miscommunication, because the government of Machakos that I served in as a governor never collected names for Inua Jamii or social protection. The names we were collecting was for water mapping. We were doing research to find out what are the needs in terms of water delivery in the area as a marker of poverty. But our data was for county government. The national government was collecting its own data. Moving down to the second question by Mheshimiwa Baya about disputes. I agree with you. And I'm going to set up, if vetted and this committee proposes my name for appointment, an early warning system. And I'm going to look at all the sectors and have people who are confidently can come. I keep an open door policy for those members of parliament that have even come to my office to see me. I keep an open door policy for the different sectors to talk to me. Let me know what is going on, and let our systems know so that we can get and arrest them, as you said, early. Take care of this wound before it becomes problematic and before the disruptions that are there. And also when the disruptions are there, I'm very good at bringing people together and being able to bring harmony, which is one of my big successes that I did when I got into the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. I found a lot of people warring and fighting each other, and I was able to bring peace and calm within a very short time. I remember having discussions with Honorable Ishungwa about it, and I was able to bring peace and sanity, and I believe I can be able to do the same because of the experience that I had in Machakos. Lastly, Honorable Burungara, thank you very much. I'm quite concerned. I looked at, when I went to school in the US, I used to get summer jobs working in a factory, and it was all those factories whereby you're collecting wood as it comes down the drive. And there are strict occupational health hazard conditions. You had to have the helmet, the gloves, and then after every 2 hours, you took a break. And every 2 hours, you either took a small break of 15 minutes or a half break for lunch, another 15-minute break. So there were breaks throughout the day, because watu wetu sio punda kufanyishwa kazi in those very bad conditions. So the occupational health hazards and also working conditions of workers will be very key to my work if I am, if I go through this process. And part of it is also the internship program, because it doesn't make sense that a young person goes to a bank, they work very well, and they serve in that internship, they are taught, and then when employment jobs come, they are let out. And I'm going to bring a policy to cabinet if I go through this process to ensure that if you are taken in as as an intern in a ministry and you don't have problems and you're okay and you pass a certain mark into internship, because some can be taken and they're not fitting, you pass a certain mark, that when positions of employment of entry level are taken, that you start with those ones. And you're going to talk with the Public Service Commission, because fair is fair. Fair is fair. Thank you.
Dawood, Honorable Dawood, Honorable Mase, and Honorable Amisi, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want Honorable Mutua. In his opening, he made a few, I think, mistakes, where he says the fence was 1 billion, or was it 1 million? Then he says he brought it down to 850 million, or is it 850K? That's just a comment. Regarding wildlife payments, you mentioned 1 billion was paid. Yes, I have confirmed 1 billion was paid. And His Excellency the President asked you within 60 days to pay a balance of, clear the balance of 3 billion within 60 days, and that was on April 12, 2024. Could you probably tell us, within that time, the 2 months are over in June, how far have you done? And he even asked you to simplify the way the forms are done. That's what I want to know for the wildlife. Secondly, the disabled and street children. There is the National Disability Mainstreaming Strategy of 2018 to 2022 and the Street Families Rehabilitation Fund of 2003, 46,000 street families as at 2021. What have you done, or what will you do? Sorry, we have not done, but what will you do if you go to the ministry? Please give us an idea on that. The last one is, in the UK, there is you have just mentioned that you didn't know about the National Employment Authority and what it does. In the UK, there is an agency of government, job centers. They're in each and every place where people say what jobs are available, and they link people to the jobs in industry and all those places. What is your idea about it? And if you do it, would you devolve it right to the locations, sub-locations, or is it counties? Thank you.
Honorable Mase.
Thank you. Honorable nominee, my focus is on unemployment or limited opportunities. There's a limited number of opportunities in the country compared to the number of graduates that are coming out of our institutions every year. To make the situation worse, there is a mismatch between skills and industry needs. Sadly, there is an unfair recruitment process. And the question I'm asking myself, some of those graduates, they're actually educating themselves, doing manual jobs, casual jobs. Some of those students, their parents have got to spend time on and off police cells because of brewing changa to take them to school. Others, like in my village, you do pottery. That is how I went to school. And I'm imagining if I did not get a job, what would have happened? So as a nominee, if you are approved, I want to hear about a structured approach to absorbing these graduates into the job market. Because if one graduate, we have graduates who graduated 10 years ago or more. And the reason why we saw them in the streets is because of unemployment. Some of them said, I'm even dead. I'm already dead. Because How do you employ somebody who graduated last year? And then there is another person who graduated 15 years ago, is now 46 years old, 40 years old, with a first-class honors, and is in the village. And his sibling is telling him, why are you even talking about education? I graduated 15 years ago, and I'm jobless. I mean, my brother graduated 15 years ago and is jobless. And you are here telling us about education. So we really need, my friend, you need, this I think requires a multi-sectoral approach. Sit with your counterpart in public service. Sit with your counterpart in education. Probably borrow a leaf from TSC, where they say, first come, first serve. Why should this other guy, the parent has struggled as a degree, retire before getting a job? And somebody who graduated last year, because of the networks, the connections, gets a job before the other. And that takes me to the question of corruption. You must tell us how you're going to deal with the aspect of corruption so that there is equity in distribution of jobs, so that there is fairness in the manner we actually procure, and so that there is no nepotism. That now, because it is Mutua in this Ministry of Labor, it is only people from your region who will have to go to take these jobs in the US or in Germany. I think that is my concern. Once we address that as a country, then I can assure you we will not have young people in the streets. Thank you.
Caleb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 3 questions, but I'll ask one. If I get an opportunity later, I'll ask the other 2.
I'll allow you to.
Okay. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think I have vetted the nominee before, and of course, as a member of the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations, we have interacted a lot. And I'm not going to vet you based on what you're going to do. I'm now going to look at your history. You've said that you've worked in government for 20 years. And I want to give you some of the excerpts from what you've said in public while serving in those offices. When you were the spokesperson of Kibaki regime, their press conference and pronouncement you made on Oscar Foundation, 2 hours later the officials were killed, assassinated. It gave the regime a bad name. Whether it was true or not, the pronouncement gave the regime a bad name. In the same regime, you also pronounced yourself to the visiting senator, Senator Obama, as a very small man that we should not bother about. He later became the president of the United States of America. It also gave your regime a bad name. Later on, you also said that you want to rejuvenate the entertainment industry. And you started a Cobra Squad as one of the things that you knew this one is going to revitalize the arts and the music industry. It performed poorly and later disappeared from the screen. In the same regime, we also, during the Kazi kwa Vijana initiative, you said that all the old trees in town must be cut and instead replaced with flowers to beautify Nairobi. Something that did not go on well with the environmentalists and the champions of tree planting. When you become the governor of Machakos, you started a program called Chap Chap, Maendeleo Chap Chap, bought ambulances and all that. Most of those programs flopped, and nothing much came out of it. You actually turned it into a party called Maendeleo Chap Chap instead of the Maendeleo itself. Later on, during the stint as a governor, you once visited the State House with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, and you confessed that
be fair to him, it was not a stint. He served 2 terms.
Yes, 2 terms.
Yes.
So around that time, you visited State House with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga in a state event, and you said the president now serving, who was then the deputy president, squeezed your hand very hardly and painfully. You even reported to the Kilimani police station. Nothing came out of that case. Recently, as a Minister for Foreign Affairs, on an X, what is now called X, it was called then Twitter, when Takie had a devastating earthquake where thousands of lives were lost. You promised on the behalf of the Kenyan government that food and medicine will be donated to that country. Right now, even the officials of Kenya in Turkey are embarrassed to face the government there because nothing was delivered. And it has embarrassed this country forever in terms of Turkey and the Kenya relationship. And lastly, where you just came from, as a Minister for Tourism, you said that all tourists arriving here must plant trees, and they'll even have a fee on it to buy the local seedlings. Something the cabinet, where it was a road declaration, this one puts a lot of skeleton in your closet. What do you say about it?
Mishi?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Let you hold. I think that's quite a mouthful. Let's have those two. We have had, it's three, yes. Dawood, Mary, and Mrs. Churchit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me start with Honorable Dawood. Just to clarify on the figures, is that there were Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, especially the Department of Wildlife, through KWS, were advertising for tenders that are being given at an approximately 3 million shillings a kilometer, which means when you have 300 million as an allocation, you only have 100 kilometers. And by bringing it down to 850, instead of 100 kilometers, we're able to get 352 kilometers of fencing. And that saves money for Wananchi. About the jobs, and I'm glad because you were there during that meeting when the president talked about compensation to people. We started the process, and one of the challenges that we face in this country is bureaucracy. The president gives directives, and then they are caught in the annals of bureaucracy, treasury, through the systems going on. The process had started, and I hope it will continue. We did not meet the target because of the normal bureaucracies of getting money from here to go here, even though the money is there, but it is something that will be carried out. It's, I like the fact that you discussed the various disability and the challenges that are there, and especially in ensuring that people are given the rights they deserve. Mr. Speaker, we give you an example. I'll never forget this. During the campaign period, I accompanied His Excellency the President, then he was the Deputy President and a candidate, on an economic forum that was held at Racecourse with members of people living with disabilities. And one lady spoke about the challenges she faces as an employee because her child has autism, and the problem she faces because she can't even take time off for some of the things that need to be done to take care of that child, and the lack of support systems, and the challenges that our people living with disabilities go through. And it was quite sad because I remember when the president stood to speak, he, for about 2 minutes, could not speak. His voice was choking. And he promised that people will not, in this country, go through the challenges they go through just because your child is disabled or you're facing a form of disability. And my mandate, if approved and appointed and sworn in, is to ensure that that promise that the president gave, that I vividly remember, is enacted. And I think we will have done our job making sure that people live well. When I was the government of Machakos, I was, I think, the only governor who enacted the Disability Act by declaring that no building constructed in Machakos or operating in Machakos could operate without, places where would be comfortable for the disabled, for example, with ramps and others. And we shut down buildings. We shut down supermarkets until they build those ramps. I want to even take it further. I'll even have my own rules, like the Michuki rules, showing people occupational health hazards, disability, things that needs to be done. When somebody is hard of seeing and they go into a building with lifts, including Parliament, Why do they need somebody to come and help them identify which number? If you go to London, you go to Australia, even go to South Africa, the numbers on the keypads of pushing the buttons for a lift have braille. And so we need to standardize some of these issues so that the disabled can also live a good life. I want to reply to Madam Emasi, and I totally agree with her.
You know, he has not answered one question, and you know, he talked about the wildlife compensation bureaucracy. I want to put it to him, he's part of that bureaucracy, which he has not told us how much did he manage within the 60 days His Excellency gave him. And he's not talked about the job centers as well.
I mean, how many did you pay in the time you are in tourism?
In tourism, we processed and we have paid close to 1 billion shillings. The pending human wildlife compensation that is there from from the 2015-2020, we're looking at about 7 billion shillings that need to be paid. And you know, you pay according to the exchequer that you receive and the clearances that are given through the exchequer.
Paid 1 million.
We paid 1 billion.
1 billion.
The paying is still ongoing and the process are going. And I've been able to streamline. And what we've done is that we've put together a scheme service, and we got a scheme administrator. So it's not just the government officials sitting down with paperwork, who now when there's a human wildlife conflict, we've even bought motorcycles for people to be able to visit the homes, take the documents digitally, and those are captured digitally, so that there's no paperwork that has to go to the chief and all the process that takes 6 months, so that the payment schedule is there waiting for the payment, and that's where we are. About the job linkages, is that, as I answered earlier on, Mheshimiwa Shungwa, is to connect the people through proper communication and teaching people on how to do it. But also, let me take this opportunity to talk about that we are not just about sending jobs people to go overseas. We want to bring jobs here. And outsourcing of jobs is an opportunity. Today, in the world, when you talk about labor migration, Philippines is leading. But from my research, Philippines is no longer sending people overseas, but more people are getting jobs in Philippines, within Philippines grounds, by BPOs, you know? And we are going to, and I'm going to push, if I'm confirmed, to get more companies to bring their outsourcing to Kenya for accounting services, for telemedicine services, for telephony services, so that people can work from here for overseas firms, but in Kenya. And that can just be as many people as the ones that we are sending people overseas to work. So it's an area that I'm quite committed. Mheshimiwa Emasi had a very good point, and that is clearly that when Kenya Kwanza was campaigning, remember the slogan by yours truly, Mheshimiwa Speaker, that mtoto wa maskini na tajiri watakaa kwa meza moja. It is not just about who knows who in our country. And that is a system that we want to put into place. And the high unemployment that we have here is also based on skill development, because you need at times to retrain yourself to the market. You've studied to be an engineer, and there's a finite number of employment opportunities for engineering. And if they're not there, they're not there. And so at times we need to show people how they can restudy and get new skills to add on to the skills that they have, and also how to be able to diversify. And so the area of skill development is very key. For example, the issue of languages. Opportunities arise with languages, and one of the things that I'm going to push is for our TVETs and our skill development, so that as you learn to be an electrician, you're also learning a foreign language, German, you know, you're learning Spanish, you're learning Italian, so that by the time you're done and there's an opportunity in those foreign countries, you go and plug and play. At least you've got basic understanding of those languages. But also, we need to train people for ways they can get jobs. For example, Canada, when we had a discussion, had specifically say that for them, for plumbers or electricians, there are basic minimums that people need to have, certain ways of doing things, so that we have our curriculum based on the market. When I was served as the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife, I started changing the way utalii works. Because utalii has been churning people out with the same skills that they had from the 1970s and 80s. Vile unapanga kitambaa, vijiko, the way you cook is the 70s and 80s. The world has changed. So that now the market tells you these are the new international standards, so that when people leave Utalii College, for example, or leave any TVET, they don't have to be retrained to work anywhere, so that it's plug and play. So that is very important. Now, let me come to the issue of corruption. And I have always been known to be very fair in terms of work and labor. And I'm going to ensure, like what our president has told us, that you do not nominate me to be a cabinet secretary if approved of Ukambani or Machakos, where I come from, but a cabinet secretary of the entire country. Because nobody sends a postcard to be born from Luya land, or from Kisii land, or from Turkana, or from Kiambu, or from Coast. Nobody sends a postcard to God. It's where you're born. And you have a right to receive government services properly without fear and favor. And it's the same way in terms of opportunities for jobs across the entire. So I'm going to work with my colleagues, and our president has been at the forefront of this, and if I'm getting an opportunity to join his cabinet, we're going to push this to ensure that there's equity in terms of people getting opportunities, especially also people suffering with disabilities, and also our young men and women who can work. Honorable Caleb, Mheshimiwa Speaker, has made quite a few allegations, and I'm going to answer them one by one. And it's unfortunate that most of them are basic propaganda, but I'm going to prove so. Number one, the Oscar Foundation issue that happened was quite unfortunate. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But it doesn't come at the end. As a Kenyan who has sent a message that you took the former president of Machakos to launch a modern Dubai-like city. He's asking me to ask you, where is it?
Thank you. The Oscar Foundation issue, we had a security meeting in the morning, and I want this to go on record, and led by the head of public service then, police commissioner and others, as a government spokesperson, and we agreed that this was a statement that was going to be issued. The president was briefed. I issued the statement because the legal practitioner and I think the DPP was preparing documents to be able to arrest and take them to court. Later on, after that statement, we heard about the murder or the shooting right outside Parliament of the people that we had also mentioned. It was pretty unfortunate, and I had nothing to do with it. I was doing my job as agreed in a proper government system. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, you have traveled to the US, and like all houses of Parliament and Senate, when you go in as a freshman, and then you are a sophomore, and then you're a junior, and then you're a senior. So you start in the US system as a sophomore, you start at the bottom, and you work your way up, so you become now a senior senator, a senior document. So when we got the letter from the American Embassy about former President Obama coming to Kenya, the title was the Junior Senator of Illinois, which in the US is actually a positive. It means you're not a freshman, you're not a sophomore, and that you're nearly a senior, that you have graduated, you're actually high in rank. You're not a junior. You're not, you know what I mean? So you're the junior senator, and that's the American system. And I studied in the US myself, and that's a system even when you enter university. You're a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, and a senior. And so when we issued a statement referring to the letter of the Americans talking about the junior senator of Illinois who visited, you look at my statement, that is how we were mentioning his title. And that is the title he had. It was nothing to do with demeaning Obama, who we believed in. It had nothing to do with the comments. It said it was basically his title. You're a majority leader, you're a speaker, you're a minority leader. That's how it's a title that he had at that particular time. Number three, you asked about Cobra Squad. Cobra Squad was a personal initiative, very successful. I want to say that I bought my house in Nairobi with proceeds from Cobra Squad, and went on to produce many other shows like Beba Beba, which I think you've seen it, and many other shows that my company still produce and do other things. And Cobra Squad was very successful, even across Africa. Even today, I still get royalties from it being shown in Zambia, Tanzania, and many other countries. During our second season, after the end of our second season, one of our main actors unfortunately died in the fire that engulfed the former Nakumat that was at Moi Avenue. And it was felt that we could not continue with the third season after that tragedy. And that is how we stopped Cobra Squad, out of respect for the death of one of our workers. So, Mheshimiwa Caleb, it was not a failure, it was a success, big success. But also we are people with a heart. About Kazi kwa Vijana and the tree planting and the organization, I took the former mayor, not mayor, town clerk, Gakuo, together with some colleagues to Dubai to look at how to beautify in the national parks. And I remember spending so much time planting trees in the streets of Nairobi. I even count some of the trees I personally planted right here on Harambee Avenue and over here. And we started an initiative to plant trees and beautify. Now, a decision was made that there will be an expressway, the existing expressway that is there, and that the trees on Uhuru Highway, because the expressway was going to pass on top, had to be removed to allow for the expressway, and so that we have short bushes and brushes. And that was what was going on. It had nothing to do with cutting down the environment. We were planting many more trees and reorganizing many other things. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go on record.
Something. Just a small point of order. You said you went to Dubai to see how to beautify a city. Dubai doesn't have any trees. It's a concrete jungle. So how did you learn that from Dubai?
We found that in Dubai, they have one of the best parks in the world with very big trees and amazing flowers and beauty that you can't believe it grows in a desert. And the challenge was, if it can grow in a desert, if this can grow in a desert, if you've been to Dubai, you've seen, you know, what they're able to do with the trees on the sideline, the palm trees and the forest, then you understand if you can do it in a desert, what about in a place where it rains more than the desert? And that was the lesson that was learned. Now, when it comes to my success in Machakos, I bought ambulances in Machakos that cut down the time it took from a person from being taken to hospital from the half an hour to 2 hours on a boda to 1 to 2 to 3 minutes. When you call an ambulance in Machakos during my tenure, it took 3 to 5 minutes. We had one of the fastest, if not the fastest, response rate in the continent of Africa. Very successful. And it was so successful that I was even given an award in Africa as the best governor in the continent of Africa. And the ambulances are still there in Machakos. And they are extremely successful. And the health system that I set up in Machakos, including building the first cancer ward, the cancer center, which treated people free of charge when you have cancer, to show that you don't have to have money to continue, has been quite successful. My track record in Machakos is known all over this country. And all you need to do is just visit Machakos when I was governor. And you could see the things that we did, the roads that we built, the markets that we established, the stadiums that we put together, and you'll be able to see the track record. There are naysayers, people in the opposite.
Speakers, Nelson.
I don't know what's happening with Honorable Mbui and Honorable Mule. Is it something they know? Because they are laughing sheepishly.
Why are you giggling?
Or politics of Ukabani.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to make any comment, but I was member of parliament of Kadhiani, which is in Machakos, when the Honorable Mutua was governor. And I mean, this is sounding like a movie.
Mr. Speaker, you know,
Go on.
When I worked
Go on from where you left.
Yes, when I worked in Machakos, I did amazing things like build the People's Park, the ambulances, and there was a big opposition. And because I was talking and doing things that they only see in movies, they even started calling me Mutua Cinema because they only see it in movies. And the people of Machakos were so happy, regardless of their campaigning against me, that they re-elected me for a second term. Very, very successful. And I beat them hands down, actually. And so I would challenge, Mr. Speaker, the people of Machakos who benefited. In actual fact, Mr. Speaker, there's a small problem happening in Machakos right now, and that is that I was approached by the officer in charge of registration when I was completing my term and said that there's going to be a problem because a lot of children being born in Machakos are now called Alfred Mutua. But I said they are not mine. And they said it's because most of them now are born in ambulances that you put into place. Because before, in Machakos now you don't find children called Nzilani because they're born by the side of the road, you know, or others, because now people have that dignity. Moving on to the question of the squeezing of my hand, Mheshimiwa Ruto later introduced me to Mheshimiwa Nyonyi from Wanyama, who I felt his grip of the hand, and I realized it was not actually squeezing of the there's a person who can really squeeze the blood out of your hands. And it was put during the political times. It was a political move at the time. Now about Turkey, I'm surprised by the comments made by...
It is not called Turkey, it's Turkey. It's only written Turkey, but it's pronounced Turkey.
Thank you.
That is the name of the country.
Thank you.
I believe you meant the country of Istanbul and Ankara.
Yes.
It's called Turkey in English, Turkey in Arabic.
Yeah, that's the country.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided. Yeah. It is only that lately they have been trying to push for that. And if you understand Kiswahili, it's called Uturuki.
Uturuki. Yes.
So Turkey, Uturuki, Turkey, depending on who is mentioning it from their end. I met and the ambassador who came, and we galvanized support for Turkey. And even we involved different government agencies for Turkey. Sorry, we've been calling it Turkey, for Turkey. So I'm surprised saying that our officers are embarrassed, yet we are able to work with them. Even our president issued his condolences and talked of the support that we are working. We've been worked very well with the ambassador from Turkey. I'll be surprised, even the ambassador will be surprised to hear of such. When I talked about all tourists planting trees, we said tourists will be given an opportunity and to urge the hotels that when...
because it is a matter that was in public domain and it came directly from the minister's handle, you could maybe explain how you delivered the goods, because according to them, nothing came. They are embarrassed to see the king. There is always everybody who promised delivered except Kenya. And it has put our nation at a very embarrassing position because of your comment.
Mean the food to Turkey?
Mr. Speaker, if I remember right, we even were able to galvanize blankets and rice and other items that were sent. So I'll look into it to find out where Honorable Caleb is receiving that information from. It's a surprise to me. I'm hearing it for the first time from him, because I've not heard of any complaints, and we worked very well as a government to help our brothers and sisters who have also always stood with us. And H is that tourists to plant trees. We issued and we say that we are going to encourage tourists coming to our country and hotels. And I had a meeting with the stakeholders to be given an opportunity to plant trees, and even came up with a formula which they have actually been using, where you are asked when you come in, do you want to add 20 shillings to your bill, so that that 20 or 50 shillings is for a tree where you can plant and they can show you to plant, and that is something that now is starting to take traction as it continues.
So it was not physical planting of trees, it was fundraising for tree planting. It was
fundraising for tree planting, and for the ones who want to plant trees, we had even designated an area at Nairobi National Park where people could go and plant trees, because some of them are so keen on the environment to go and plant. And the idea was to showcase where Kenya is in terms of environmental protection. It's an opportunity for people, and many people are very happy to be given that opportunity. And I know, honorable members, you've gone to places where after you make a payment, they ask you, do you want to add 50 shillings for this? Do you want to add 70 shillings for this? So it was that opportunity to be able to serve.
Point of order.
And lastly,
Was that money accounted for?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask, Speaker. When you said fundraise, was it an approved cabinet decision? And if it was, how much has been raised up to now?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, not fundraise, but be able to give people an opportunity. For example, if you come to a hotel and the hotel tells you, we have seedlings for you to be able to plant a tree. And the seedling costs 50 shillings. Whether you can plant a tree or somebody plants a tree, do you want to contribute to it? You say no, that's it. You say yes, then you ask, do you want to be able to go and plant the tree, or do you want the hotel to plant the tree? So it's all about, and the government has been collecting numbers. It will be continue collecting numbers from all stakeholders who have engaged in tree planting.
It's like the little change you throw in a basket in a supermarket? Something like that?
So, yeah, but you're given an opportunity to say, yes, I want to be able to plant a tree myself. And many people opt to say, well, I don't have time to plant the trees, but can somebody else from the hotel plant the trees? And the hotels will be able to galvanize and say, as a hotel industry, we have planted these trees. And this is something we had agreed with the industry. So it was not just me speaking, it was about an agreement with the industry. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, and let it go on record here, because many dreams of our Kenyans are destroyed by selfishness of leaders. And forgive me for saying this. When we came up with a program of Machakos New City, we brought investors who signed MOUs worth 2.1 trillion shillings to bring investment not just in Machakos but across the country, using Machakos land that was available and other systems. And we started the process. Mheshimiwa Johnston Muthama and the Wiper Party went to court and got an injunction against us.
Point of order, Chairman. Point of order, Chairman. Because he's just named my party.
Let him finish.
He just mentioned my party.
I'll give you an opportunity.
Okay.
Let him finish what... And I want, go on,
Yeah.
nominee.
They went to court and put an injunction, and an injunction was issued by court that we cannot proceed with that program until the court rules otherwise. The court took 5 years. Justice delayed is justice denied. Despite that, we were able to continue. And when the court ruled, and remember it was Justice Odunga, because I have the court case, when he threw out that suit and said actually it had rendered the people of Machakos poorer over time because all those investments were lost. They went to Rwanda, they went to Ghana, they went to South Africa. Today, as we sit here, some of the problems we are facing with Gen Zs is because we've not been able to grow opportunities for them to work. That was a valid dream that was stopped by leaders who are more concerned about political clout of one another rather than taking care of the people of this country. We have to be able to be selfless to know that some programs you may not support them, but they are good for the country. And you support them because they provide employment and opportunities for others. We lost, the person who has built Dubai Mall, he came and he committed $400 million.
That is the one that had a component of Formula One?
Yes. The same component. He had committed to put a sports city and hotel system and everything, and even connect the highway from Machakos all the way. He came, he met the president, he met us. I went to Dubai, we signed an MOU, and the MOU is still there with him. But when it went to court, he took his money to Rwanda, and the rest of the money he took to Angola. Who lost? The Kenyan poor. The Gen Zs who are demonstrating because of that.
What is your point of order?
My point of order, Chair, and I want Kenyans to listen keenly to this. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the nominee has accused the Wiper Party of taking him to court. Now, at the point when he came up with this proposal, he had just been elected as Governor Machakos County on a Wiper ticket. I was also elected as a member of parliament on the same party ticket. I was not involved in any issue to do with with a court case. Neither was the party, because the party decision would have been taken at the national election, the NEC Executive Council. So when he says that the Wiper Party took him to court, he's being economical with the truth. I do agree that the senator of Machakos, who was also a Wiper member, may have been involved, but not the party. I would like to see some evidence that puts a party in court against him.
Let's settle that the senator who went to court belonged to Wiper Party, but it may not have been the Wiper Party that took him to court, so that we make progress. Who are the parties to the case? You say you have the case?
Yes, it was...
who was the plaintiff?
It was Senator Mudama.
Yes.
And to Senator Mudama, and when he went to court, he said he represented the views of his party and the party machinery. So I withdraw. And so we leave it as Senator Mudama. And, but you see, Mr. Speaker, sir,
yes.
This was done because, from my perspective, I may be wrong, it was felt that if Mutua is able to achieve this greatness, then it will deny others clout. And I'm saying I may be wrong. I'm just saying that I felt that the reason that was stopped is because it was felt that I needed to be put in my place so that I do not overtake other leaders in terms of supremacy. So I just feel that it shouldn't have come to that.
Point of order.
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
I hope that the nominee knows that you're actually under oath, so you risk perjuring yourself. You do realize that. Free legal advice.
Dawood.
Can the nominee confirm he was chosen on which party in 2013? Was it Wiper or any other party?
He already said he was elected on Wiper.
Okay, let's make progress.
Order, Sharia.
I think, Chairman, I'll just suggest if the nominee could just stick to the issue of his, rather than just going into politics, just to save us time and also.
Yes, you have finished answering to all the counts on Mrs. charge sheet. Now let's go to Mishi. Yes, Amizi. He has answered everything, including the one that was sent in by a member of the public.
It's not a court case.
Yes.
The reason why I've pushed all those is because of your history. And you know, there is developmental stage. You can't just go to a country, copy something, and replicate here, and you think everything will work. So it puts the office you are holding in jeopardy, the name of the country, the name of the citizens, because of the theatrics manner or melodramatic manner you operate in your office. That's why I brought out those issues.
I'll take the next three. Mishi, Honorable Mishi, Honorable Shuria, and Honorable Raso.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my question will be on Kenyans working as domestic workers in the Middle East, and I want to focus in Saudi Arabia. And my reference will be the gravity of the reports concerning the mistreatment of Kenyans working there, ranging from denying of food, beaten to death, taken to jail under unnecessary circumstances. Honorable Chairman, just recently, and I want to say thank you to you because you're among those people who assisted me together with the Cabinet Secretary, Prime Minister Musalia Mudavadi, to bring the body of one of my electorates, a lady who was working in Saudi Arabia, traveled with his employer to Egypt. And after 2 days, he died under unclear circumstances. It took us 1.5 months to have the body brought to Nairobi, then transferred to Mombasa. Honorable Chairman, I know there have been some reforms regarding the same issues, but I'm feeling that somehow there's no law enforcement. And I believe they are what we call international labor standards or labor laws, and we also have those who are domestic. And most of the time we are talking about this issue, we are putting some reforms, but yet nothing is being done. In the reports of that case which I've just mentioned, it has written that the death of this lady is under investigation. And this is not the first time. I had another previous case some months back. It had the same report that it is under investigation. But after that, there is no feedback, there is nothing, and it's just like that, and no justice is achieved on that. So my question is, do we have some protocol where should be followed in case of such unfortunate happenings that the family maybe need to follow so that to ensure that they get the body At good time for us as Muslim. You can imagine she was a Muslim and she had to stay in mortuary for almost 1 month and a half for her to come back to Kenya. So I'm like, this is an area where we have to put some policies or rather some measures. And I know we have some impediment because some of the countries, maybe they are not subscribing to the United Nations and especially on universal human rights law. And that is why it became very difficult. We have been putting so many resolutions at the international level regarding this issue of human rights violation. But still these cases keep on happening each and every time. And yet we don't know. This family, they're just there. They get the body, nothing is being told to them, and sometimes even they don't get the belongings of that person. They just receive the body, and that is all. Some of them, they're denying their passport. The passports are confiscated. Some of them, they're rendered jobless. They had to go and sleep in the mosque and in the street in Saudi Arabia. So I think this is a matter which you really need to deal with. My second question...
He can only do so if he's confirmed.
Yeah, if you are confirmed, that is. And my second question is a plan to address the challenges faced by online job seekers in Kenya, utilizing the Ajira platform which the government of Kenya Kwanza has initiated. But I know it has been marred by so many challenges from digital infrastructure, especially in the rural area, lack of digital literacy, fraudulent job seekers, job offers, whereby our youth have lost millions and nothing is being done on that. What kind of intervention will you implement to tackle these challenges and ensure equitable access to online employment opportunity to all our Kenyans and more so protect them from these fraudulent offers?
Thank
on
you.
a light note, because now maybe you're going to be confirmed as Waziri for labor and social protection. Kenyans are thinking that you should minimize this drama, especially on your marital status, because somehow they can jeopardize your character or put you in a very negative situation. Because now we want to see that even our cabinet secretaries...
Point of order.
About opulence.
Order, Mishi.
Yes.
I think there is no requirement for one to be married to be considered for public office in this country.
I'm saying that drama, there'll be some drama. You have talked about opulence. You talked about opulence on Muchumba Murkomen. You talked about opulence on Honorable Jogo.
This committee will not open anybody's bedroom. Shuria, stop laughing and ask your question.
I think, Chairman, it's best you protect people's bedrooms, as you said. We don't want those matters coming out here in the public. I think...
The nominee, you will not comment on that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think Caleb came up with a very long list, and I just want to maybe in future he might get another opportunity. Mheshimiwa, if approved, what key results or deliverables can Kenyans expect from you in the short, medium, and long term? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Raso, and then Mule.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Alfred, you are the governor of Machakos, and also you are government spokesman. During those two stints, we were able to follow you. You were able to publicize what you are doing, the government agenda, when you are the spokesman. But once you were vetted by this committee and you appointed a cabinet secretary, you just slowly faded away. Is it that maybe it is comfort zone to be a cabinet secretary? Or the dockets that you occupy were not really engaging? Because Article 152 clearly says what is cabinet. The president, the deputy president, the attorney general, and 14 to 21 cabinet secretaries. Those are the people who run government. And because of your background, we expected you to really support the government you are serving, particularly in advising them on the area of communication, because your PhD is on communication. So maybe you will comment on that. Honorable Speaker, I need to ask something on labor. Not preamble, because I am just asking 2 questions because of time.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Alfred, my second question, we had 2 generals in the army, the late General Mlinge, General Mahmoud. During the army recruitment, recruiting officers will go to an area and they will say, look out for this tribe, because they were looking out for the minorities, that minorities should not be excluded from the army. When we come to the ministry, if the House approves you, the ministry you are likely to go to, labor. Do we have systems in place to monitor, to evaluate, to look for minorities? Because I think it's not good enough to just speak on the radio, the social media, or the Gazette. And yet a lot of youngsters who are in the rural areas do not have access to many of these things. So if the House approves your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do? That there is regional balance, ethnic balance, and a lot of youngsters will be able to get opportunity in Kenya and even overseas. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much.
No Machakos drama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee. This country, and I want you tell the civil servants in this government, there have been unrest in different cadres, doctors, nurses, lab technologists, electricians, whatever. And once there is unrest between labor disputes, there is always a negotiation and an agreement is arrived. But time and again, you'll come and hear that the same union claiming that the government is not honoring the agreements. As you get into this ministry, can you tell Kenyans what will you do to make sure that every agreement between the civil servant and the government of the day are implemented to the letter, not to leave it just to unions, not to leave it to the ministry itself, not to leave it, even we saw the last one for doctors, whereby we have a ministry for labor, but the head of public service had to come in for negotiation. When we have a standalone ministry for labor, please, if you are approved by this committee, tell Kenyans today how you will do differently to make sure that we don't get this embarrassment to the employees of government.
Nominee, you can answer those from Honorable Mishi, Shuria, Raso, and Mule.
I want to agree with Honorable Mishi about the gravity of the issues. I have done my research and I've realized that our children are going to countries where we don't really have agreements with those countries about how to operate and what needs to be operated. There used to be a big problem also because I remember I sat on this seat, Mr. Speaker, and I promised that if confirmed and appointed as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, my first trip would be to Saudi Arabia, and I did that. I went to Saudi Arabia, I met Kenyans, I met people who are suffering, and we started the process of changing, and a bilateral labor agreement is to be signed between Kenya and Saudi Arabia and some of these countries, which I will push for. One of the things that I would like to do is also get lawyers, our lawyers from the Attorney General's office, to go to some of these countries and study and understand their laws. Because we need to know what we are dealing with. Because what we may think here is important may not be covered in their laws. So that we can also be able to know how to navigate those countries, because we can't go and impose our laws to them. And we see how we can work with them, especially if they are not signatories of international conventions that we are signatories to. And the protocols that need to be measured. And my apologies that, you know, you've had to go through many of these challenges where people die and they can't even get their things to be brought back home. It is also important also about online job seekers, going with the question by Honorable Ishungwa. It's all about communication, people to know how to do it. But I want to set up a proper portal that will answer many things, so that you look at available opportunities, but also to weed out all these crooked agencies. We'll publish, as a government, a portal and lists, which you can even put in the newspapers, of the approved agencies. Because people keep on asking, is this right? Hii advertisement ya Canada ni ukweli, hii ni ukweli. So that now any advertisement without the name of a company, we can be dealt with, you know, according to the law, because they'll be lying to people. And if there's a name of a company, people can cross-check the government website or government documents and be able to verify that that is a recognized and proper company. And don't be surprised if we have to knock out a few companies and bring more in that are straightforward, so that they don't lie to our people. So we're looking at a one-stop shop in terms of connecting people to jobs. Mheshimiwa Shurie, I was saving this for the end, but thank you for your very good question. And that is that I want to change how workers view the workspace. I want people to be comfortable when they go to work. I want to be able to get employers to provide for the employees good working conditions. Whether you're a house help, a doctor, security guard, everybody, you should feel that you have got a system that protects you and that you work in a good environment. I also want to work with the employers so that we can see what we can do as government, remove some bureaucracy so that they can expand. I want to call upon them and see how we can be able to see, create an opportunity for them to employ more people, cut down or maybe forego some little profit to employ 1 or 2 people using the principle of consumer spending, so that you get more people, spending people in the market to grow the industry. So I want to look at some of those things. The labor migration, I want to move the numbers from the ones that are there to about 5,000, so that we can have quotas. And we know that this constituency where you come from, where all members of parliament come from, can provide people who we can now send overseas, so that you as leaders can take the lead in identifying and maybe helping people on the ground to be able to be recruited to go overseas and get jobs. When it comes also to BPOs, setting up centers, we don't want somebody to come all the way from Nyanza, where Mheshimiwa Junet comes from, to Nairobi to get an online job, or to get a job in a call center. We'd like to set up call centers in every constituency so that you can be able to see how it's working. Because now with internet connectivity, you don't need to be in the big cities for you to be able to get some of these opportunities. When it comes to Employment Act, we need to overhaul the Employment Act. We have offices across that will need to look at how they perform and how they work. And I want to motivate my... And the issues of social protection, we have to ensure that our people do not fall through the cracks. We want to be able to provide opportunities for our people so that COVID has taught us when there's hardship, there's something to be able to fall back into. In the United States, in Australia and other developed countries, there's even money given to people who are unemployed, unemployment benefit. We are not there yet, but we can start putting the structures to get there by getting a lot of these laws and policies that are pending to be fast-tracked so that we can increase entertainment. Mheshimiwa Caleb talked about my interest in the film industry. And, you know, Hollywood was not built by money from donors, but by money from entertainment. And this is an area we can galvanize on, you know, get the entertainment sector to grow in our country. It can be a huge employer. The sports industry, I'll work with many of my colleagues to ensure that there's job creation, because as a Minister of Labor, we are cross-cutting in terms of ensuring that people are able to work. There's a question about equity, and and expanding government. And one of the things that I'd like to do is that we have to start publishing data that shows the inclusion of everybody in our government in different areas. I think that is critical, so that people may have the idea that they are not included. It's good for them to know that they're included. So that's one thing that I like to do, is constant publishing of data. There was a question about, Shri asked me about the question, or Raso, Mheshimiwa Raso, about comfort zone. I'm not in a comfort zone. But you see, when you're a governor, you head your own government. So you can shout as much as you want. When you're a government spokesperson, you have the authority to speak as much as you can. When you work as a cabinet secretary, you are also toned down kidogo, because you're working for a boss or bosses. But I think the lessons that we've learned is that we really need to communicate. And I want to promise the country that you'll see the Mutua who communicate much more, especially in this new docket, if confirmed and sworn in. Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, Mheshimiwa Mule had a very good suggestion. Thank you very much. And the civil servants' unrest and the work conditions. The Labour Ministry will be dealing as an arbitrator, even looking at the public service and holding the public service to account in terms of what they do in terms of these agreements. I saw it in Machakos. As soon as I enacted the agreement that we had agreed on, the nurses and doctors were very happy with me. They took their riots elsewhere. So don't enter into an agreement, is what I'll be telling everybody, that you know you cannot meet. And it's good. And our Kenyans are reasonable, especially if you meet them early. And it is harder to sort out an issue when people are on the streets. It is easier to sort out an issue before a strike notice is issued. And I'm going for that early warning system, so I can work with the industry. And some of them have already reached out to me. They're saying, if you're appointed, if you are vetted and you go through, we'd like to come and meet you, because they are festering wounds. And so I'll open my door to meeting. And so we tone down a lot of these issues. I submit.
Chairman. Nelson Koech. Yes. Posing.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Nominee Honorable Mutua. My question is this. If you look at the ministry, or when people look at the ministry you are going in, not your ministry, should you be approved? Ministry of Labor and Social Services. People only see the minister. There's an argument that people only see the minister during strikes. So it's almost being called what somebody told me. It's called a strikes ministry or a firefighting ministry. That's the only time people can be able to engage or see the minister for this Ministry of Labor and Social Services. Honorable Mutua, tell Kenyans who are watching you and us and this committee to be able to look at how to analyze you for suitability in accordance with Section 7 of the Act. What else is expected of this ministry that Kenyans don't know? Maybe they have not been communicated, or Kenyans can expect from you, so that they don't see Honorable Mutua today in the vetting. Should you be approved? They only see again Honorable Mutua during what? Firefighting, when there's a strike in this country, then they see, oh, there's somebody called Mutua. What else will Kenyans expect out of you, Honorable Mutua, within your ministry that is not of strike? Thank you, Speaker.
Kikaria.
Thank you, Chair. There are industries that exploit workers, mostly the casual labor, by paying them below the stated remuneration rates, denying them the union rights and health benefits, exploiting them to unsafe work, exposing them to unsafe working environment. What measures will you take to address this? And secondly, it's about the street families. Now with the new constitution, we used to have the Rehabilitation Trust Fund, but that was run under the Local Government Act, which is no longer in force. But the street families keep on growing day by day. What action will you take first to reduce these numbers, or even to address, because most of these families, not that they don't have, you find kids on the streets, but they go back home, or even now find a family, a mother with children on the streets. So what are you going to do to address this very, very needy issue that we need to take our kids back to school? Thank you. Honorable Chairman.
Answer those two quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that in terms of labor and social protection, I agree with Mheshimiwa Kosing that people only seen when there are riots. Now, I'm going to go around this country. I want to visit all the constituencies to talk to Kenyans and especially young people about the opportunities that are there. Kenyans are not lazy. Our young people are very active and very smart and very sharp, but they need opportunities, not handouts. And so I'll be traveling to all the counties. They'll see me. I'll be very heavily on media, telling to them about the jobs, the kind of skill development. I'll also be looking at the working conditions of factories. Do not be surprised if 1 or 2 or 3 factories are shut down because of poor working conditions that go even against the international tenants, because we have to make sure that our people are respected in the way they work. In terms of even employment and the benefits, there's the issue of the 6% increment that the president offered that is still pending, and it's I think it will be on my desk. I'll be able to sit down with FKE. I've had a chat with Kotu, Mheshimiwa Atwoli. I've talked to the employers. We're looking, and they have told me all the problems as I was doing my research, and I'll be able to sit down, bring everybody together, and gazette in the salaries that they deserve because of the state of the economy, and be able to improve that and make sure that those are met. So I'll be very, very active, Mheshimiwa, and I think you'll be very proud of me and the work that I'll be if I'm confirmed. Mheshimiwa Gikaria, I think I've answered the same question because it is important for us. Now, in street families, I was very active when I was government spokesperson to try and work on a system of removing street families and rehabilitating them. I want to go back to some of the programs that we started at that time in the government of Mwai Kibaki. And my investigation has shown that it has become a normal, normal process. I've looked at the different acts and laws that are there, and it's all about implementation. We are going to set up a target as a country and say that by this time, we need to have done A, B, C, D so that we don't have street families, and be able to rehabilitate and even take people back to the countryside where they came from so that we can reunite them with their families, so that people can continue working with their families the way we are doing in the children's sector. Instead of taking people to orphanages, we reunite them with the families. Mheshimiwa Mbui will be very happy to know that we are building, we want to develop a model rehabilitation center in Mavoko, which is very close to Kadiani. That
you are building?
A rehabilitation center in Mavoko. There's 20 acres there. I'll be sourcing for funds from development partners and others so that we have a place whereby these children can go before they are taken back to their families to be trained and taught, and also growth and a follow-up system so that we remove them. It is quite sad, like now it's very cold, to find people suffering in the streets, and we'll need to put up shelters that they do in other places whereby people can go and receive some food, and that's safety net for the very poor in our country. I submit.
Chairman, I have one stressing, just one, a small one, very stressing.
Yes.
All of us as a country. Kuna hili swala moja, waziri mteule, iwapo utachaguliwa katika wizara hii ya wafanyakazi, kuna swala nyeti ambalo wafanyakazi wa EPZ walijiunga katika chama cha wafanyakazi. Na hivyo sasa kufikia sasa wafanyikazi 1400 wamefutwa kazi katika viwanda viwili vya EPZ huko eneo bunge la Changamwe kwa kujiunga na chama cha wafanyikazi, na hata wizara yako ina taarifa hiyo. Kwa hivyo tunaomba iwapo utaweza kuchaguliwa, uangalie swala hili litaweza kutatuliwa na kuona haki za Wakenya hawa zimefanikishwa. Asante, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes, Owen.
Honorable Speaker, the nominee, briefly, just tell us about your vision for the NSSF. I think it is an area that has not been touched.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're confirmed, how will you pursue qualifications, equivalency, so that our qualified Kenyan professionals can move across the globe and sort the menace of unemployed professionals such as doctors and others? This is a question from one of the Kenyans.
There's one. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just a quick one. Nominee, National Employment Authority. No wonder you didn't know whether it exists. Actually, it is somewhere in Kasarani. Just in case you are confirmed, it must be at a central place where all Kenyans will be able to access it.
Chair.
Just one, Mheshimiwa Speaker, just one from a Kenyan. On the collective labor bargaining agreements, wondering why they are never implemented, and that's what makes workers keep on seeking attention of the authorities every other day, and especially the presidential pronouncements on Labor Day. There is always an increment, but it's never implemented. Like last time is 6%, is it 8%? But up to now, it's not been implemented. So what difference are you going to make in that regard?
Chair.
Someone is asking, there are quotas for people living with disability in the constituencies for a certain number of people living with disability to get the stipend. And the question is, where do we take the rest in our country? Just like the old who, when they turn 70, it should be automatic upon medical confirmation, then all people living with disability in our constituencies should be taken on board. And the last question is, kindly ask Alfred Mutua this question. Upon confirmation, you should go to those foreign countries and negotiate with tech companies to allow Kenyan citizens work for them from Kenya without using VPNs and residential proxies. There are a lot of job opportunities in the tech industry, but we can't access them due to location restriction. There are very many, from transcription, captioning, machine learning, data entry, chatting, software development, etc., instead of exporting labor.
Yeah, Chair.
We must.
Thank you. Yes. This is from a Kenyan who actually states that it's excessively abrasive, especially to junior officers. And quotes an incident at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora where you actually threw out officers from the parking lot for no good reason whatsoever and without any consultations. These were junior officers. Is that true?
Speaker, just one from the teachers.
Yes, Mole.
This is from the teachers' fraternity in Kenya. They are asking, let them, you tell them how you will avert the incoming strike, because you have said you want to arrest the strikes before they happen. So they want to hear the mechanism which you will use when you are approved. Then they are also saying that kindly ask Dr. Mutua, he made pronouncement that resulted up on Kenyan troops going to Haiti when he visited the US. Does he regret making such deals which later landed him in trouble with the head of state to the extent he was shifted to another docket? How true that it is, I don't know, but it's from the public.
That you, Mole, you are not being fair to Mutua, the nominee. The Kenyan police going to Haiti was approved by Parliament, so it can't be his responsibility. Yes.
Yeah, it's only one short one. On there's a constituents asking about what the nominee will do if approved about those rogue labor officers who are at the ground there, who are compromised by most of these industrialists.
Yes, nominee, can you very quickly respond to those?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start with the Honorable Lesuda's issue about quotas for people with disability. This is true. It is quite unfortunate, and I find it very, in my research, unfair that you're only giving to a certain percentage in a household and not to everyone. So one of the things I'll do is make sure that it is everyone that is covered. And we roll it out according to the finances that we have. It should go to all, not just few. The President has given directives that we increase the numbers by 500,000, and I'm going to make sure that these are captured in there. The other thing is to work also with Parliament to see, not Parliament, but Treasury, the monies that are recovered out of attrition, people die, so they can be rolled into other programs without them having to go back to Treasury and never coming again. In terms of tech. That's what I was talking about, the BPOs. And yes, I'll travel. I'll send meetings. I don't even have to go anywhere anymore because you can travel by Zoom nowadays and get those jobs here. We need the jobs here. In as much as we also want Kenyans to go overseas, we want to have those jobs in Kenya. And so we're going to remove all the bottlenecks, and I'll have a cabinet paper to remove the bottlenecks and provide opportunities for people here. Murugara, you had a question about being abrasive. That is somebody just being mischievous and trying to use this house. People love me. Very much. All my employees, you go to Ministry of Tourism, you go to Foreign Affairs, you go to everywhere I've worked, employees love me.
Allow them to say so.
I'm very, self-declaration.
Yes.
Because I really care. And I've always talked about the welfare of employees. One time I'm on record asking, inakuasha nini kama mwenzako anapata nyongeza ya mshahara ama anapata cheo nyingine? Inakuasha nini if your fellow worker moves forward? Why do we keep on constraining people so they cannot get promotions? Why does it, that person is a father and a mother to somebody else? So I have very good working conditions. What happened in Foreign Affairs and Mheshimiwa Speaker, you know, you've served there, is that there are vehicles all parked outside the parking lot, such that it looked like a car park instead of an office, because they have parking lots. And I got in, I said, you cannot have the image of the foreign office where you have ambassadors coming, foreign dignitaries, and the cars are covering everywhere.
Looking like a terminus.
Yeah, looking like a terminus. And so we said we moved away, and the ministry to provide another place for the cars to be parked. And that is what has happened. But you know, people, they don't want change. They want that comfort. And they didn't understand. Now, if you try to take the cars back there, they'll fight you. They'll tell you, no, we like it the way it is now, because it looks better. So it was a good move. That is somebody who is just mischievous and trying to take these opportunities. But I remember when I left Foreign Affairs, some officers came to see me and they were crying. They were sad I was leaving. So I don't understand about being abrasive. I'm very, very polite to everyone. About the teacher strike, Mheshimiwa Mule, I'm going to call for a meeting if I go through this process and meet with them. And I want to tell teachers in this country that I will listen to you. I respect teachers and will iron out. There are no issues, because even if you do a strike, even if you do mandamano, you will still have to sit down. Why don't we sit down early and sort these issues? And I'm very fair, and I'll ensure fairness. And in terms of the issues of qualifications and verification, we have a skill development system that I've studied and I've looked at it. I'm going to enhance it, because what happens is that you want to be a doctor in Australia, even though you're in the Commonwealth, you still have to go through rigorous testing. And so it's to enter into agreements that you can go and work in these other places without having to go through the same retesting. But that is also improving the quality of how we do things in our country. Submit.
Nominee. I've also received a few issues from Kenyans out there watching this. They ask, will you ensure that employees insure their employees? So the employers insure their employees? What are you going to do about skewed funding between Child Welfare Society and Children's Department? UHC staff who have been on contract for long with half salaries, what are you going to do that? Where some elder Kenyan has said, I think to all of us, where are the issues of older persons in this interview? If confirmed now to you, what will you do for the welfare of older people in Kenya? Another part, you asked? Okay, Robert asked that. Another person, I think this must be from Naivasha, there are serious labor problems in the flower sector. What will you do if confirmed? Another one says, what will the nominee do, or what does he say about the minimum wage proposal of 30,000 for security workers? Another one, and this is, says contractual jobs in Kenya don't have retirement benefits. What will you do about it? And the last one, can you consider establishing a national employment oversight authority? Those are a few Some that I've received have already been raised by members in the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I talk about employment, employers, and ensuring the employees, this is something that I'm going to look at very important, very carefully, because it goes hand in hand with things and with the question that I did not answer of NSSF. And it is important because you realize that if you work for a company and they're not able to provide you enough income to be able to get private insurance, and you're not able to get into the government insurance, then there needs to be a way of plugging it in. We have to be very careful that also we don't scare employers away in terms of the cost of doing business in our country. So it's a balancing act, so I'll be able to look at that. NSSF has a portfolio of about 400 billion, and we want to grow that to $1 billion by being creative in where we invest, even outside the country. We have seen other countries come and invest in our country. They have pension funds, so we can grow money for the pensioners. And also be able to turn around the 3 months that are now the 13 days to 24 hours, so that when you exit, you can get your pension. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, if you're not a member of parliament in this country or a senior government official, when you leave, you get nothing. You get very little. So we want to push it such that now, at least we have a system whereby you can be getting 60% of the pension you are getting, not the 3 or 5 or 10% that people are getting, so that your life continues. Si unatoka kazini alafu unachakaa, unaanza kuparara, because your life has just taken a dive, so that you're able to save. But to get that, we need to get a saving culture. Only 3.3 million people in this country have a pension scheme. We have to get that, and there's different initiatives that are there to get the other sectors into saving. And I'm going to run a campaign of encouraging people to save, being asked, well, how much have you saved? It doesn't matter. It can be 20 shillings or 50 shillings or 100 shillings. We need a saving culture, because ujana ukama moshi ukienda urudi. One day, we all grow old. And so if you grow old and you don't have a kitty you've been saving and you've been eating everything, then you'll end up in the street. And the culture nowadays is not like the other one. You know, the Gen Zs are growing up and moving on in their lives. They'll not be there to take care of us when you grow old. So I'm going to get into a communication program for Kenyans to know, when you eat something, if you have 3 mangoes, please put one aside and eat 2 for another day, to get that culture. I've heard about the staff of UHC. I'm aware because we piloted that also in Machakos. I'll also be looking into that. The older persons, one of the things that I like to do is look at how we can give benefits to older people. In many countries, you find there are benefits. For example, in the United States, where after you pass a certain age, you get a card. That card allows you to even get into some public transportation for free. That even allow you at that particular age to get a discount, so that when you go shopping at a shopping mall, or you go shopping at a center or somewhere, or you go buy something, or if you're seeking a government service, you show your card and you get a 10-20% discount, because you're at an age where you're not earning an income. You're actually using your pension. So I'd like to introduce that, so that our old people have a card that you can use to get a discount. That will cushion you in terms of social protection. I've heard about the flower issues in Naivasha, and
the
also
bulk of these old people nominee are in the rural areas.
In the rural areas.
Where will they get discounts in villages in Turkana?
Well, it's also when they seek government
services. Probably from senders, but also pay attention
to the rural areas. Yes, we'll find ways, and I think the main thrust here is the intention, and the intention is that our older generation need to have a way of cushioning them. They served us; they are our parents. They have taken good care of us. Let's cushion them in the old age and create a system in our country that takes care of them. Even as they go about with the Inua Jamii, that is good, but also whether we can even go further and see how we're working with other organizations, see what we can do. There was a question about the child welfare and Children's Society and their fundraising. We will be bringing, if I get confirmed and appointed, cabinet papers to see whether we can create special funds, so we can have internally regenerated funds for able to use for children welfare, and also fast track some of the laws. For example, Kenya has been identified as a country that is heavily involved in child trafficking. We are a conduit of child traffickers. We are a destination of child traffickers. We are a source of child trafficking. And it is also because we have failed, and I'll be bringing through cabinet, I think it's already there, through the, if I'm appointed through the Mheshimiwa Ishungwa, the passage of us to get into the Hague Convention for the protection of child, trafficking. Because if countries like Somalia can sign child trafficking in the Hague, and Tanzania and Uganda and others, and we have failed to do so, it makes us look like we really support trafficking of children across the world. On the minimum wage, I will look into it. I'll sit down and see, because it depends on what the market can afford. But also we need to, I remember as I finalize, Ford, when Henry Ford, when he built the Ford company, he said he would pay his employees enough money that they can afford to buy the cars that they build. We need to be a culture where we can pay people enough money to enable them to be able to live decent lives according to what the market can also afford. So it's a discussion with the employers, because we don't also want to destroy the good enabling environment for work, but it is important. On contractual benefits and job referral, I've taken note, and it's something that I will look at. I submit.
Thank you, nominee. The last two issues I want to put to you. On the issue, as a follow-up to Honorable Mishi's issue about Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
What you probably will need to do is check out on a country like Philippines. It is the largest exporter of non-professional workers in the world. Anywhere you go in big hotels, you'll find Filipino workers, happy, decent. Find out what mechanisms and legal regime they operate between Philippines and the countries they work. Anywhere you go, perhaps if you go to the moon, you'll find a Filipino worker. The last one, you've talked about NSSF. You can borrow a leaf from our neighbor Tanzania. What Tanzanians do, all the big money held by NSSF, they have engaged with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and instead of government buying property as missions, it's NSSF that buys those properties and owns them. So the government then pays NSSF rent at source. You reduce yourself from the problems of foreign exchange, and instead of paying foreign exchange to another country, you're paying in local currency at the rates of those countries to your own NSSF. So even the rate of return on the investment is excellent. You may consider engaging NSSF to do that. I'll end there, and after we finish, you will see our secretariat. They have some mismatch with your documents so that you can put them in order for the record. I want to ask you a few last questions. Do you have any, have you ever been mentioned adversely in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No,
Forget about your Machakos shenanigans?
No, I have never.
Yes. Do you hold any leadership position in any political party within Kenya?
No, I do not.
What is your net worth?
Net worth is 462 million shillings.
Made of?
Made of assets that I have, like homes, land, where I do some bit of farming, and a few businesses that I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfred. Make sure before you leave, you sort out your documentation with the Secretariat, so we can release you to go back to your other duties.
And thank you.
Yes, pardon? Say? Yes. Oh, how? Sorry. Yes. You appeared before us in 2022. How much were you worth then? I think that's a serious omission.
I was worth 420 million shillings.
And today?
And 462.
Yes.
It's been about 9 to 10% normal growth in terms of land value and growth in the industries.
Thank you. You may be escorted by our sergeant. Have a good day and a blessed Sunday. Honorable members, you'll have a 10-minute break to allow the clerks to put the documentation for the next nominee. Nyinyi Wakamba.